We have 2 heats to start the morning off. We flipped the field. We've got 2 sets of 15, rescoring after every single event. Have a lot of athletes trying to get their way out of the bottom 15 that had a tough day one, and good for them. They got 400 points up for grabbing. Saxon, you tested this. Where are the athletes and when are they going to feel it the most in this event?
I think getting into that second run and that third run, I think that's going to be the most important, especially with those runs being a little bit longer. I think looking at their posture running, it will be a really good indicator.
Day 2 underway, starting with a 400-meter run on these runners. And Adrian, we talked about this. We went long yesterday on the run, 6 miles, but that was outside on some asphalt and roads.
Yep.
What's the difference between that and the runner?
Well, it's a few things, and Saxon and I were actually chatting about this right when he got up here. I was like, sir, these woodways are a little different than what you can find between most floor-wall affiliates, and what this tends to do is add some taxing to the back half of your body. The hamstrings, the glutes, the low back are going to be fatigued a bit differently than what these athletes feel when they're running on regular asphalt.
The meters will be designated in front of their lanes. Again, 400 total. And speaking like air runner to air runner, there's a difference too, because we haven't seen a woodway version in live competition, maybe ever, especially at the CrossFit Games. What's the difference?
Yeah, I think there's a little more tension in it, so I think it's going to blow that posterior up just a tad more. And I think you'll spend a little bit more time on there than you're expecting. You know, we're looking at these athletes just passing that 200-meter mark, and we're about 1:10 in. You know, that's putting us a little over 2 minutes for a 400. So I would say outside, these guys are running anywhere from 1:30 to 1:45. So there's going to be a little more time on there for sure.
Again, this is 5 rounds, 400-meter runs on the runner, 12 deadlifts at 350 pounds with the axle bar, and then a 100-foot handstand walk down and back 50 feet across the field. Now, in a 5-round event, Adrian, is that you use that first round to say, hey, listen, I know how I felt in testing. I know how I felt in the warm-up area, but let's see how I feel out in the competition floor. Do you use that first round to get a feel for how your body's responding?
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, Chase, what you want to do is make sure that you get off that runner in full control, but immediately ready to deadlift. Where you'll start to see athletes run into trouble is if they get off that runner and there's a lot of pausing and waiting before they approach the bar, you know they overshot their run pace.
First athlete off the runner was actually Thiago Lucis at a split time of 2:35. Now, Saxon, you tested this event, and the early twist was that the deadlifts will be done with an axle bar. 350 pounds for elite games athletes like this necessarily isn't the heaviest weight, but for 12 reps times 5, 60 total. What's the trick with that axle bar?
Yeah, I think it's fast, manageable sets. You got to stay over top of the barbell. Don't move your feet. Make sure you're dropping it over your shoes and pick it up right away. You're seeing Nick Matthew here. He moved pretty quickly on that deadlift. He was aggressive. He's kind of looking around and seeing where other athletes are and how they're breaking. Right now, I would say he's kind of controlling this race, and we'll see what he does on this next run.
The deadlift split, the fastest one is Colton Mertens, who finished it in 19 seconds. Nick Matthew, as you mentioned, was 6 seconds behind him. But it'll be Matthew to the runner first. Handstand walk split for Nick Matthew is 37 seconds. Most of the time will be spent on the runner. If that's the case, is there more of an emphasis to push the pace on the one that's going to take the longest?
I think, yes, but I think also, you know, if you push that too hard, it's going to blow that posterior up a little bit more. I think, you know, who can clear fatigue the fastest within that first 100 meters? You know, if you can do it in the first 20 to 50, I think that would be ideal and be able to pick that speed up. I think seeing who gets off this next run will be a really good indicator on who's going to be able to move through these next 2 rounds.
Fastest split we had on the first 400 meters. We said it was Thiago Lucis, as Colton Mertens had the fastest deadlift split, 7 seconds faster than anyone. And Colton Mertens is one of those athletes that had a great off-season, great in-season qualifying. Best place finish was 18th at the CrossFit Games, and finding himself in I would say, a place on the leaderboard that is not going to suit him for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's not optimal for Colton, but he's gonna have an opportunity to do some moving, right? Like, we know that with what is looming and what has been announced. we understand that he's going to have that there. And then Nick Matthew, Chase, what I really like about what we saw there, he was very composed on that first run, which he's clearly showing that again. But him making fast work of those deadlifts put him in that situation that Saxon alluded to, where he was the one in control as we made our way back to the treadmill.
One of those things you said looming later today, it'd actually be the next event for the individuals, and that is a 1-rep max back squat. And I can't think of two things worse to set me up for success there than all the 2,000 meters of running on a runner and 60 heavy deadlifts with an axle bar.
Hey, posterior city today.
Janikowski in his 10th CrossFit Games. Had just missed last year for 10 consecutive, but he is in rare company of 10 CrossFit Games appearances. Nick Matthew off the runner first. Nick Matthews split on the first one much faster. Sorry, on the second one, much faster. 2:04.
He's breaking those into 9 and 3, quick break. I like that, you know, a small set before taking up on those handstands. I think it gives him a little extra breath to be able to make that transition pretty quick. And the cadence on that is very fast as well. He's not spending too much at the time at the top where he's under tension.
Andrew, you see a lot of these athletes breaking up early. Is that coming from testing or a conscious decision, knowing that this event is more of a grind than people may think it's going to be?
No doubt about it, being very predicted and practiced. Also, I think it's a bit of a response to that grip fatigue. You're going to notice a lot of difference in bar speeds as we watch the deadlifts come off the ground. Some of that is their ability to move a load, and some of that is the grip fatigue, in which if they move too quickly, they're only going to fatigue their hands even more through rep to rep. And we did a lot of pegboard and hanging yesterday.
Well, it's called Albany Grip Trip for a reason, and we talk about grip on the axle bar. But one thing that people may not understand, handstand walking is a taxing grip element as well.
Absolutely. You know, the time under tension on the handstands, especially, I mean, you're talking 100 feet, you know, over 5 rounds. That's going to add up.
Nick Matthews still in the lead. And Nick Matthews, one of those athletes that is really looking forward to that max back squat. Colton Mertens had a tough day yesterday. Some of that was execution, but another that was equipment. And, you know, Saxon, I mean, you see what happens in a day like that. How do you treat last night and respond coming into this morning?
I think you have the present. You got to focus on the present and what the points you have on the table, and that's it. I think, you know, everybody will have, most people will have a bad event at some point, and, you know, that was your event. So now it's time to move forward and see what you can capitalize on next. I will say this, if you look at Colton's stride, he has a very fast cadence. When you're moving on one of these runners, you don't want to be reaching. That's where you're really going to tax that posterior. So he has a fast, choppy stride, which is going to allow him to move a little bit more and use those quads rather than those hamstrings.
Colton Mertens on the left, Nick Matthew on the right, Bill Leahy sitting in 3rd overall in this heat. A lot slower cadence than we saw with Colton Mertens.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see what happens on these next 2 runs. Like I said, I think that 3rd round and that 4th round on the run is going to be kind of the bread and butter, meat and potatoes on this workout. So if he can move there and save a little bit in the tank, I think he can make some moves here. But you cannot wait until the last round to make your move. That needs to be made, you know, on the back end of this and into this next round.
Currently in that middle round of 5 is Nick Matthew on the right side of your screen. Is about 50 meters left to finish out his 3rd 400 meter.
Then you look at his transition, you know, whenever he gets off here, he's right on it. He's hitting 9 quick, and then he'll take that little bit of a longer break. And you're seeing some of these other athletes break those into 4s, where they're taking, you know, that rest can start to add up pretty quick. He's off the runner, right on the barbell, hands on it, and he's moving. And that cadence is fast.
And 350 pounds with that thicker axle bar. It's about twice as thick as a normal barbell. The problem with that is, yes, it's grip for one thing, Adrian, but whip that you're not getting is another.
Yeah, the barbell is going to be a little bit shorter in length, and the thicker diameter is also going to add to the resistance to the bar to bend at all. And that bend and width is something we get really familiar with when we're used to only using traditional barbells. So this is certainly the odd object experience at the CrossFit Games.
Nick Matthews still your current leader in this heat, followed by Bill Leahy in second. You do not have to go 50 feet unbroken. That yellow line that Nick Matthews just passed is a 25-foot mark. So athletes do have the option to take a break in the middle, though we haven't seen any athlete do that so far.
And this is interesting what we're seeing. Even as Saxon and I talk about it before we get going, we're like, okay, maybe this puts a little bit more onus on the run. And within this heat, at least, we're noticing that might not be the case. These guys came out that were more reserved and had more urgency in the transitions, and in their breaks are the ones that are leading the way.
Absolutely. I think we'll see Leahy make a move here. His transitions seem to be pretty quick on these handstands. And, I think once this run's done, we'll see, I think those top three will stay those top three.
Colton Mertens will take a break at the halfway point. If Mertens does have a big chink in his armor, it is high volume handstand walks, as Bill Leahy on the right does 50 feet down and back on the runner. So Mertens was off the deadlift first, but Leahy caught him on the handstand walk. Nick Matthews, 2 18th place finishes to start the day yesterday, and that 22nd place finish in that pegboard event as Jack Rosema gets to the Woodway runner just to his left.
And the unfortunate thing for Nick here is that we've got coaches and athletes in the back right now witnessing what he's doing, understanding exactly how long he's taking on that Woodway, and they're like, okay, cool. Can we do this on transitions? And then that means you just got to be off the Woodway in this time. So he's got 15 guys watching him, his every move, breaking it down so that they have an opportunity to one-up his score. Nick's got to be focused in order to get a score that's going to be within the top 15 for this one.
Nick Matthews, your leader in this heat. Heat 1 of 2. Jack Rosema, great finish last night on the pegboard event. I tell you what, that pegboard event was just an absolute grenade on the leaderboard last night.
Love to see that. I think having events like that shake things up, it'll make it interesting over the weekend. That was a skilled test and execution, and I think that's important. You got to be able to execute on some of these more complex movements.
We'll have a bit of that later tonight. Dave Castro announced events 6 and 7, and that is going to be a wild night, and that'll be more execution based on pacing and racing. That is the skill itself, as Bill Leahy a little slower on the run, but it seems to be affording him a bit more energy on the walk.
Yeah, if he's making his move on the handstand walk and we're finishing on that handstand walk, 150 unbroken, or 100, 105, 125.
150 total feet.
Yeah, 150 total feet in that final round, yes, sir.
Hey, moves can happen there.
Bill Leahy, rookie appearance at the Crossfit Games, actually got his, I'll tell you, he was more known in our circle of being a tester for Games events back in the day. Had an Achilles injury last year at the West Coast Classic, so the turnaround that he had in a year is quite incredible, as Nick Matthews is the only athlete off the runner and back onto the 4th set of deadlifts. Saxon, it's a 5-round event, the round of 4. I mean, that's kind of that death trap. And
you have to move, you have to stay awake. You can't get comfortable, even if people aren't making moves or anyone looks close. Put the throttle down here.
Yeah, this is the one, even in training, right? This is the one where you have to remind yourself that round before the final round, where everyone is lured into the final round. We're all going to give our best on the final, of course. But if you can somehow manage one of your most focused efforts here in the second to last round, that's really where you get an opportunity to create that separation.
And here's this transition here with Nick. This is, I would say, his longest transition. Now, he's keeping these unbroken, but it'll be interesting to see what happens on this last handstand walk. Here comes Leahy, and his transition's quick.
Bill Leahy at the bottom part of the street. Nick Matthews actually got called back because you have to start with both hands clearly behind the start red line. And that little misstep when you got Bill Leahy breathing down your neck on the handstand walk. As Nick Matthews is done with round 4 and moving into his 5th and final round. Bill Leahy starting to close the gap, although maybe running out of room as we just have 1 round left to go. 14 minutes in, the time cap has now moved up to 22 minutes, so everyone will have an opportunity to do all 60 deadlifts.
Hey, you're finishing this.
Bill Leahy on the right, Nick Matthew on the left. Nick Matthew hasn't had the best split in any single particular part of this event. However, his consistency is keeping him in the front of the pack.
And Saxon spoke to this about stride length and frequency, and Nick Matthews got a pretty short, choppy cadence, but keeping it quick with a faster turnover. When we get a chance to see Bill, we see that his is a little bit longer, a little bit slower, and then you wonder, is that accumulating for him on his deadlift, or is he waiting for a moment to maybe speed it up here going into the final?
Yeah, you've kind of seen that stride lengthen a little bit more, and you know, when you look at athletes' shoulders and chest when they're running, you know, I think that's a good indicator with how they're feeling, and you can kind of see he's coming down a little bit. I'll tell you who's looking strong on this run is Colton.
Colton Mertens, again, he has to put the work in on the run. He's been putting the work in on the deadlifts because we know the difficulty of the handstand walk. One thing to remember, though, Bill Leahy in the last 100-foot handstand walk made up 12 seconds on Nick Matthew. In the final round of this event, we're adding another 50 feet. So Bill Leahy may have an opportunity to catch and pass Nick Matthew because he's making up all that time on the handstand walk.
Absolutely, and that could be something he's thinking is like, hey, let's take this run a little bit slower. We got an extra 50 feet here, a little more time, and let's move on these deadlifts and make a move on the handstand walk. I always think you want to be in the lead, but if you can keep that contact and know that you're feeling good and you can make a move, I think that's a strong position to be in.
Approaching the 16-minute mark. As Nick Matthew is on his final 50 meters. Those meters designated on the bottom left of the runner.
Chalking up those hands like a pure vet right there on that woodway. Not going to waste time in the transition. He's ready to rock and roll with that chalk hidden behind his monitor.
Nick Matthew is off. He actually had to break the last deadlift set up into 3. As he was off the 16:10 mark.
His cycle rate really is impressive with that 350 at this point in that workout. The way he's able to maximize time under tension by simply just moving the bar quicker from the ground is really lending itself as an advantage for him.
2 final reps for Nick Matthew with a solid run and set as he looks over to his right shoulder to see where Bill Leahy is. Matthew had a 20-second lead coming into the barbell. Now we have an extra 50 feet on this final round as Bill Leahy
making a move.
He's going to try everything he can to get to that handstand walk. But Nick Matthew is doing exactly what he needs to do to stay ahead of Leahy. 50 feet down for Matthew. And that deadlift, it's getting tough for Bill Leahy.
And you can tell it's labored by how hard he was slamming it into the ground to get it back going.
But no rest whatsoever. And Nick Matthew breaks at the halfway point for the first time. Matthew's done with his first 50 feet. Second 50 feet. Leahy done with his first. Matthew has 50 more feet to the finish line.
And this is where we're in a little bit of foreign territory for Nick. We haven't had to do this extra 50 feet the entire event, and now he's got to finish with 50 more.
Getting a little shaky on that walk. Will he break it 25 feet again? He will. Keeping his eyes on Bill Leahy. Nick Matthew is 25 feet. And Matthew will get it. 18-17 for Nick Matthew. Bill Leahy will break at the 25-foot mark for the first time. Bill Leahy will be in. Second in the heat. This is heat 1 of 2.
Ty Jenkins came across. Really flew through his final round.
Enrico Zanoni. He got actually had to get called back earlier as Colton Mertens is trying to get across the finish line, and he'll be in.
Yeah, I don't think Jenkins got his hands across that line. I think he had to go back and redo that 25 feet.
Jorge Fernandez, we're going to his final 150 feet. Jack Rosema at the 25-foot mark. He'll keep going.
And you're seeing this last 50 feet be a big factor.
Yep. That is a wide handstand walk.
Yeah, they got wide. You don't want them to get wide. When it gets wide, you're in a bit of trouble.
2 minutes before we hit the time cap, Jorge Fernandez taking a break before he makes his last extra 50-foot handstand walk to finish this out. Yes, 25 feet left to go.
Yeah, we talk about accumulation of work, and I mean, we're getting through 60 of these deadlifts at 350 with a fat bar. Already 350 feet of handstand walking as you lead into that final round. And so it's certainly, we're seeing its toll add up on these athletes as they enter that final phase.
Absolutely, and looking what this will do later today with the back squat coming up, and we got some gymnastics movements on the bar. You know, grip and posterior will be a big factor.
Moritz Fiebig finishing out his final handstand walk. Got a little over a minute to go. About a minute to that time. Satson, you've been a part of a lot of different competitions around the world in your career. But what is it like being at the CrossFit Games?
Yeah, it's special. It's you have so many events, and I think that that's one of the biggest things is you have to be present in what you're doing. You know, if you get caught up, it's easy to play the what-if game. You know, I wish I did this, I wish I did that on previous events, or look forward to other events of like, this is where I want to make my move. You have to bring it for every event, because at the end of the weekend, you will always look back and you're like, I wish I had a point here, 3 points here. Every point counts. And, you know, I was talking to Scott a little bit about this yesterday. You know, you had some people kind of struggling on that pegboard a little bit. It's, you see the champs who can overcome those moments of slipping out of the pegboard. Like, how do you handle that adversity and be able to overcome it?
10 seconds before we hit the time cap. And just 2 athletes left out on the competition floor. One of those being Yona Koski. But Nick Matthew, wire to wire, takes heat. Thank you, Mike. Your lane assignments for heat number 2 for the men. These are your top 15 after day number 1. And the points are close. We've had a 4-way tie for 240. For 4th, a 2-way tie at the top of the leaderboard. And can Jason Hopper hold on to the white jersey for another event? Event number 4 underway.
Okay, Chase, I'm going to already tell you, this heat is not like the last heat that we just watched. We've got some runners on deck here in this top 15, and I think they're really already showing us that they're coming at it at a much more aggressive pace on those woodways.
Jay Crouch tied for first place in points as Jason Hopper holds on to that tiebreaker. But what a day for Jay.
Yeah, Jay did exactly what we expected him to do. Well-rounded from start to finish. Again, we can give him the category in the most positive way as a creeper. He's going to creep through this weekend. He might not win 100 points at any one given event, but he is going to be steadily towards the top.
Roman Krenikov is in that 3rd overall position. He's between the point spread of ties on the leaderboard as Roman, as he usually does, gets a lot of fanfare from the crowd. But heavy is the head that wears the white leader jersey, Jason Hopper, donning the red and white for the first time in his career. What type of pressure does that come with?
It comes with a lot of pressure, and I think there's a unique mindset that you have to go in. Yes, you want to acknowledge that, hey, you're in a position that you want to be, but you also have to equally acknowledge you have so much more work to do and simply get hyper-focused on one event at a time.
It's just nice to see an outfit that matches his hair color for the first time.
Hey, the audience said they loved it. So who's he going to listen to, the crowd or his wife?
We know it's always wife. Always wife. Jason Hopper in the center lane. Jake Crouch to his left. Jake Crouch is off the runner first, along with Ricky Garrard and Austin Hatfield.
We saw a lot of this in the first heat as well, where it was very crowded at the bar, quick transition from the runner. Many athletes select and opt for a pace that's really similar to one another. And then we're going to start to see some paces start to settle, as we're already seeing the deadlift reps be broken up.
12 deadlifts at 350 pounds with that thick axle bar. As Ricky Garrard is trying to keep pace with his countryman Jay Crouch. Ricky Garrard is donning the leader jersey last night in the third event. Lost it in the pegboard to Jason Hopper. 50 feet down, 50 feet back. Athletes can stop in the middle at that yellow 25-foot halfway mark, but we haven't really seen that until the later rounds due to fatigue.
And that transition was extremely fast here by Jay. I mean, it was literally looking like the transition of a shuttle run. His feet touched the ground, and immediately he was right back to those hands and upside down.
Jay Crouch back to the runner, had the second fastest split of all the athletes in the first round at 2:38. Ricky Garrard had the fastest at 2:36.
And this is where we're really going to start to see some large separation from heat 1 to heat 2 is going to be the cyclical speed at which they hold on the woodway. I would argue that Nick Matthew may have some of the faster deadlift splits even after the event entirely is said and done, but this is where so much time can be made up on these runners, and these men all have the fitness to attack it aggressively.
Jason Hopper, your overall leader after day one, had 300 points yesterday. We've got 400 points on the table today. As Jason Hopper's looking side to side, trying to catch some run paces.
Yeah, and I think this makes it harder for Jason. He's very much one of those athletes that feeds off of the presence and positions of other athletes. We see him constantly looking left or right, and here it's a bit more of a blind experience, as you can only hope to read stride cadence and a bit of body language from knowing where your competitors are.
Jason Hopper in lane 8, Roman Krennikov sitting in third overall. Just a handful of points separate the two. Four total points. That's one place on the leaderboard as your 2023 CrossFit Games champ. Jeff Adler is looking to work his way back into that podium contention. Won the first event of the weekend.
That's right, won the first event of the weekend. 2023, second in that 5K. Won Helena. We got to keep our eyes on Mr. Jeff to see anytime there's running present, whether it's mixed modal or if it's single modality. It's like you've got to keep your eyes on what this guy can do, because we know he's got tremendous self-awareness, but he's got a lot of fitness there when it comes to running.
You go from one champ to another. Your reigning CrossFit Games champion, James Sprague. Last year at the 2024 CrossFit Games, James currently sitting in 8th overall with 196 points. And to his right is your 20, 21, and 22 Games champ, Justin Medeiros.
Can't miss him in no shoes.
3 champs in one heat. Just on to the second round of deadlifts.
Jay making very short work of those deadlifts.
Jay Crouch. Much faster split on round number 2.
And this is where, even as Saxon mentioned earlier, you kind of settle into that position here into round 2 where you've now opened up your lungs, your heart rate's up high. You can settle into more of what we would consider natural mechanics and intensity there. You're familiar with this feeling. That first round sometimes a little awkward in a triplet. You got to get familiar with the flow and the feel.
Jay Crouch is done with round number 2 as he advances to the runner for the 3rd time.
Jay looking sharp and in a great position. Joined there by Kallian Souza.
Kallian Souza at the bottom part of your screen in lane number 14 is currently sitting 2nd in this heat. You only have 2 total heats, 2 heats of 15. Chasing time to beat set by Nick Matthew at 18:09.13. Souza actually had a great event 1 finish earlier yesterday.
And again, you're wondering, like, hey, does he have these marked in his mind and on his scoreboard as opportunity events for him? And if so, can he seize the moment? more often than not, athletes feel extra pressure, Chase, when they know this can be a home run for me. This can be a really high-scoring event, because it's not just that I'm going to mix in within the leaderboard. It's like I've got to take this moment and make it my own. So we'll see how Souza can respond to that.
And it's a question you ask athletes all the time. Do you get more nervous in an event you're going to be bad at or the one you're going to be good at?
Yeah.
Austin Hatfield, 10th last year in his rookie debut at the CrossFit Games, and his name has also been put in the hat of athletes who could podium, if not win, in his second year. Had a tough finish last night in the pegboard event, like so many did. There was a lot of chaos in that event. And this is one where he wants to work his way back closer to that podium position.
Yeah, we'll say it a lot through the course of the weekend, but this is how you really challenge the mindset of a champion, a future champion, anyone who wants to stand even close to that podium, is how do you respond to adversity? All of these athletes will experience at some point this weekend. It's going to be a hand tear. It's going to be a miscued tempo. It's going to be some missed reps. How do they respond? Jay Crouch looking comfortable there on the right. All these athletes continually holding a pretty steady cadence from what we've seen from open all the way into this third round.
Jay Crouch is off at the same time of Kelly and Souza, but Souza has a 2-rep lead on Crouch. In a third set of deadlifts, 12 reps with the axle bar, 350 pounds. Crouch will break. Kelly and Souza looks less built for deadlifts than he does for running on the air runner with the length of his limbs.
He's got to make that barbell travel a long distance for sure. But it's Jay kicking up at the same time as Souza in the far side of our screen.
50 feet down. You can break at the yellow 25-foot mark, but no one's done it intentionally yet. Crouch and Souza deadlocked in event or round 3 here in event number 4.
Often, Chase, when you're in a position like Jay Crouch, you're looking for your Adlers and your Hoppers and your athletes that are closer, your Krenikovs, to the podium position. But with this weekend, an athlete like Souza, with 400 points available today, is just as much of a threat as anyone out on the floor, and every point is going to matter. So Jay's even looking over his shoulder at the outside lanes as well. It's important.
Jason Hopper tied with Jay Crouch in points, but he's holding that event win tiebreaker he got last night in event number 3. And he's trying to keep pace with your heat leader, who may be able to snatch that jersey off of him in one event. For more on this Woodway runner, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
So, guys, I have a great vantage point down here on the floor. I'm basically looking down the row of Woodway runners and watching Jay Crouch and Jason Hopper through every round of the run thus far. Jay Crouch's posture has stayed the same. He's perfectly upright, has a very smooth cadence. Hopper, his stride length is starting to go a little bit on him, a little bit more random, and he's getting a forward lean. So, Adrian, you and I were talking this morning that's a sign of you're trying to take that pressure off your hamstrings a little bit, and we're seeing Jay Crouch, as we move deeper into this event, creating more separation between himself and Jason Hopper by having a better run cadence and better posture and a little bit better position through the run portion.
Yeah, Mike, I completely agree with you. Even as we see that right here on our screen, it's like, hey, Hopper now has settled into a more consistent cadence as we get deeper into each run. The unique thing that's different between he and Jay is that it takes Jason about 100 to 125 meters before he seems comfortable on the runner each round, whereas Jay gets back onto that Woodway and looks just as if he leaves every round. And so that consistency really adds up, because it's going to accumulate in seconds, and within 5 rounds, 5 seconds here and 6 seconds there, really accumulate, and it's going to be shown on the leaderboard when it comes to the outcome of this event.
Jay Crouch done with his 4th 400 meter. He's tied in points. Looking for a little separation between him and Jason Hopper, but he's got to worry about the task at hand, and that's staying ahead of Kalian Souza.
Yeah, and Souza's been consistent with a shorter rest between these breaks. Jay takes a very intentional longer break there to break up his repetitions. Souza staying a little bit closer to on top of that bar.
Crouch is done. On to his fourth 100-foot handstand walk as we approach the 12-minute mark. You look at the time to beat in the upper left corner of your screen, 18:18.86 by Nick Matthew in the previous heat. 50 feet's done. Kalyan Souza, bottom part of your screen, trying to keep pace with Jay. He makes it up on the run, but Jay is starting to pull away on the handstand walk.
Yeah, Jay with about a 25-foot lead here. This is where athletes really have to stay urgent about technical proficiency. They want to stay narrow with their hands and stay long through their hips. It's going to help them store some energy for the big round that is looming here to finish.
Fourth round is done. Fifth and final round underway. Jay Crouch trying to hold off that man in the center of your screen, Kalyan Souza. Can Souza make up ground on the run? More importantly, can he hang on to that barbell?
That is a place that Jay is starting to create some separation. Souza starts to creep up on the run. Jay goes a little bigger on the deadlifts with a little bigger rest, but it's just enough to sneak in and beat those handstand walks early. And in this position right now, he is in control.
The consistency that Jay Crouch has had yesterday, fifth, third, and fifth, is exactly what you need to do. And tell me if you've heard this one before, Adrian. James Sprague has now moved up into third after being absent for the last 12 minutes.
That's how you play the game. An athlete like James is very self-aware. He trains in intervals very often, and he tries to ingrain in himself the ability to what we categorize as negatively split an event or a workout, where you merely get faster as you go regardless of the task at hand.
Here's how he got here. In the fourth round, he had the fastest deadlift split at 23 seconds. And he had the fastest handstand walk split at 39 seconds. James Sprague back on the runner for the fifth time. Does he have enough time to run down Jay Crouch and Kalyan Souza?
And that's the question. And that can be sometimes the drums of trying to negatively split an event is, did you push too late? Do you push too soon? And do you give yourself an opportunity to settle in where you hope to finish the event? I'll tell you what, nothing fires me up more than seeing a young athlete like Kalyan Souza, though, come to take someone's points. Regardless of where he's sitting on the leaderboard or where he has expectations to finish this weekend, he's come to shake some things up for this event, and you'd love to see it.
Kalyan Souza's home country is from Brazil, but he trains out of the United Arab Emirates at Crossfit Games. Jay Crouch is done. Crouch is breaking up the deadlifts each round. Does he feel the pressure to hold on the fifth one? Jay Crouch will break. Kalyan Souza to the barbell for the first time.
You can see some discomfort settling on Jay's face, which tells me he had a very specific outcome intended for that rep scheme. He wanted to hit it. He grinded through it just to make sure he got there. Yep.
Crouch is done, and he is 3 minutes away and 150 feet from his first event win at the CrossFit Games.
Someone told Jay in the back that I said he may not win an event outright today, but he'll be consistently at the top, and he took it personally.
Jay Crouch also took a very short rest after the first 50 feet. Now remember, in the fifth and final round, there's an extra 50 feet, and Crouch breaks for the first time at the halfway mark. Here comes James Sprague. James Sprague takes a break at the 25-foot mark. That lets Jay breathe a little easier. He's got plenty of time for the time to beat. Crouch is up. 50 more feet to the finish line.
This is where you start to feel that pressure, Chase. Are you going to do it? No, he's going to break. It's smart, because that time under tension really starts to add up here.
25 feet left for Jay Crouch. And for the first time in his career, Jay Crouch wins an event, and he'll be donning the white leader jersey.
Wow. With Callie and Souza there in second place was such an impressive finish.
That walk across the finish line almost cost him right there. Callie and Souza was only 4 seconds behind. James Sprague has plenty of time in the center part of your screen as Jason Hopper in the white leader jersey just finishes his 100. And this was much needed by James. James was outside by a significant margin of your top 6. We have 4 athletes tied at 240 between 4th and 6th place. Jason Hopper, 10 feet left.
A little hesitation there, a way to reconcile that by Jason.
Good fight for Hopper. Jeff Adler working on his final 25 feet. And just a massive handstand walks as Pepper will get in just ahead of Adler. Austin Hatfield is also finished. As Ricky Garrard is trying to get in ahead of Nick Matthews' time of 18:18. And by the way this shakes out and where athletes are finishing in every single event, we said points were precious, point gaps are tight.
They all matter.
And that's Harry Lightfoot
with the elegant forward roll there out of the handstand walk.
Now, Roman Krennikov was sitting in 3rd overall with 256 points. He was 4 points behind Hopper and Crouch, 16 points ahead of that 4-way tie in points for 4th.
Up and down and all around, Chase. That's what we can expect all weekend long. Even after we rev this and we still got 300 available points, it's going to be how composed can they stay and how do they respond to where they sit on the leaderboard. Let it go and look forward to what's next.
3 minutes left before we hit that 22-minute time cap. As Colin Bossard finishes his first 50 feet of his 150-foot handstand walk to finish round 5. What a performance by Callie and Souza, who's walking with Bossard. Souza made up 20 seconds on that last set of deadlifts.
I mean, he came storming on the deadlift, storming on the handstand walk. We were celebrating for Jay Crouch, and then all of a sudden we're like, whoa, he was literally right there.
Yeah. Final 50 feet for Bossard. Bossard's rookie debut, he goes past the 25, and with the crowd behind him, the man for Switzerland will close out his final handstand walk. Heat number 1 of 2. As we are going 2 heats of 15 and 15. These are your bottom 15 after day 1 of competition. As we have our second final heat after this. Your vision fuels victory athletes to watch, and all eyes are on one athlete who makes her 10th and last appearance at the CrossFit Games this year, but she is not alone, as Yona Koski and Tia Claire Toomey are 3 athletes that join the 10 Games Club. And more on Brooke Wells. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault. Oh, Adrian, more on Brooke with you, sir.
Yeah, listen, all of us could give you some more on Brooke. We've gotten 10 years to watch her at a very high level. She's an athlete that has been a fan favorite. She has also finished as high as 5th 2 times at the CrossFit Games, has come back from injury. We have seen her grow up in the CrossFit space, so we've got a little bit of it all from Miss Brooke Wells, and it was a shock to me when she announced that this would be her last year competing at the CrossFit Games, but I can tell you what, she's going to go out fighting tooth and nail for the best finish possible.
Heat 1 of 2 underway for individual event number 4. As you see Abby Domit, who had a tough day yesterday. Domit, one of the athletes that could be in podium contention this weekend and just not having the, at least day one. But the good news for Domit is that there's 400 points up for grabs today.
Yeah, and she's an athlete that you like to consider doing pretty well on an event like this. We know historically she's actually got some back issues that she's dealt with and managed throughout sports as a youth athlete, coming up through gymnastics, something she's had to be mindful of even coming into the sport of CrossFit, as it was almost something that helped strengthen her back and posterior. So you wonder how she approaches these deadlifts that, of course, she's going to do in high number throughout this event.
400-meter runs on that Woodway runner to start. As you see Carolyn Prevost there in lane number 2. One who knows her way around a deadlift bar.
Yeah, she knows her way around a deadlift bar, chasing anything athletic. I mean, she's moving quickly through space on a regular basis, and she's going to be a good runner, too.
Gracie Walton in this first heat. If you look at what's stacked up later this afternoon, we said there's a lot of points up for grabs. So we have tonight in events 6 and 7, maybe an awesome opportunity for Gracie Walton to put herself back in that top 10 position. Got to get through this first event of the day. As Gracie Walton is watching her fellow countrymen donning that white leader jersey. Christina Lividakis qualifying out of the Rebel Renegade Games. This is her first appearance at the CrossFit Games, as Jennifer Muir is off the runner first, along with Mariana Meza. Muir, another rookie out of Scotland. Muir actually made a little splash and name for herself in the 2023 semifinals, as Brooke Wells is on to the deadlift as well. Now, if you think prime Brooke Wells, this is a home run potential event for someone like with Brooke's skill set. You've got running, deadlifts, and a handstand walk.
Yes, you do. You've got it all. And we're starting to see some real variation in regards to who's kicking up and when on this handstand walk. We talked about it with the men. We're going to start to see some variance and through the first 2 rounds, and then we'll start to see some consistent settling points for these athletes based on pacing of the run and how they navigate all the transitions from the deadlift to the handstand walk.
Mariana Meza on the left side of your screen out of Mexico is your early leader on the handstand walk, as Abby Domit in the center lane, just passing the CrossFit decal, has moved into first place after this first round. Domit is done. Actually looks like lane 10 already on the runners. Gracie Walton.
Yeah, you mentioned her chase, and we talked about her a little bit early there on the left of the screen in all black. Her running stride and cadence, we're getting a great shot of it here, is that it's longer and faster than a lot of the other competitors, and that's what got her that early lead into round 1. We'll see if she sticks with it all the way through 5.
Gracie Walton had the fastest deadlift split in the first round of 21 seconds. She was one of 2 athletes that looks like they went unbroken. It was her and Caroline Prevost. So even though the run's going to take longer, when it comes to pacing, Adrian, there's still massive opportunities to make up. Because if you can make up 10 seconds on deadlifts, that's 10 seconds you don't have to run faster on the air runner.
That's right, and it's a double positive. If you can conserve energy on the runner, although it takes so much time, and then be faster in the transitions, you're going to literally feel better into round 4 and 5, and we see that plays a huge component in the outcome of this one. And Gracie Walton, one of those athletes that has the complete understanding, just like we saw with the men, that even if you set the fastest time in Heat 1, there's 15 other women that are watching exactly what you do, and they'll be willing to make those tweaks and changes in order to get a better time.
I mean, think about the men's. For the first time in a long time, both men who were leading after the first heat in both heats ended up winning their respective heat, between what Nick Matthew did and Jay Crouch. Lucy McGonigal. It's her rookie individual debut at the CrossFit Games, but as the youngest athlete competing this weekend, Lucy has 2 teen championships under her belt, and she is one of 6 athletes competing here this weekend that have teen games championships. Gracie Walton back to the deadlift, went unbroken on round 1, and with a hand in the air, takes her first break.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see right there, Chase. Even when athletes break, that it's short and calculated. This is what we mean by race the rest. And there she goes, no hesitation, right upside down.
Just speaks to the confidence she has in her handstand walk ability, as Gracie Walton has top 10 potential. Had her debut at the Crossfit Games last year. Gracie Walton out of Australia. Took the event win in Firestorm. As Abby Doman is back on the barbell on the left side of your screen. And while she's on the bar, Gracie Walton, after the second round, is already back to the runner.
So fast upside down there by Gracie. We've kind of generally mentioned the handstand walk in the volume. 550 feet, that's almost 2 football fields for everybody watching if you want to get a good visual. And we're taking for granted at how high of a skill demand that actually is. Any CrossFitter within the 4 walls of an affiliate will understand that is a very tough task, and Gracie Walton is pretty much running not just on the woodway but also upside down at this point.
Gracie Walton currently sitting in 19th overall. We have 30 athletes competing. One of the smallest fields we've ever had at the CrossFit Games on the individual side, the only other one being 2020, where they took the top 20. So Gracie Walton is looking to try to get herself closer to that final heat, which traditionally is the top 10. Brooke Wells was moved into 3rd. Brooke Wells had a tough day yesterday. We saw the inability to get up the pegboard in that 3rd and final event last night. We saw the emotion come out there. How important it is to have maybe a great event for a potential bounce back to get back in the game. There's a lot of events left to go this weekend.
Yeah, it's a lot left, and historically we know Brooke struggles with upper body pulling, right? So the pegboard wasn't a huge shock to us, but certainly she expected better than a 22nd, and she's in this unique situation where she's verbally committed to, hey, this is my last year. You got a real unique opportunity here to set yourself up for success in day 2 that can keep you emotionally invested in the fight towards the top, because otherwise it could be really easy to check out also.
I speak earlier about this being her 10th and final CrossFit Games. She has announced her retirement earlier prior to coming in. She has 3 event wins under her belt and has finished in the top 5 twice in her career. 400 meters on those woodway runners. This is the 3rd round of 5. As all athletes are chasing Gracie Walton, who's off the runner and back to the barbell. 220 pounds on the bar.
Gracie here looking a lot like we saw from Nick Matthew in the earlier heat, where her cycle rate is faster. She's descending quickly from the top, but it's that bar speed from the ground to lockout that is creating a tremendous advantage for her right now.
Gracie Walton still had the 2nd fastest split on the round 2 of deadlifts at 22 seconds, and Prevo has the fastest at 20. But even with that break, Gracie Walton is still in that mid-20 time frame. Everyone else is north of 30. So not only is Walton having a good run, she's got a great deadlift and clearly doing well on the handstand walks. She had the fastest handstand walk split in round number 2. 50 more feet for Walton.
Great job there by Gracie, keeping a neutral gaze for her handstand walk, not trying to overarch and look too far ahead. She's just spotting right between where her hands are going to go. This helps prevent a lot of that upper neck and upper trap fatigue that a lot of athletes build by looking up too much.
And her fellow Australian, golly, maybe I need to move to Australia if I want to get fitter. Emily DeRoy,
something in the water
on the right side of your screen, is sitting in 2nd as Brooke Wells on the left side holding on to 3rd. DeRoy on the right. Brooke Wells wasting no time. Brooke Wells, fantastic handstand walker. Also incredible for her career is that we forget that devastating elbow injury she sustained back in 2021 when it was able to come back the next year in 2022 and still competing at the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, it was extremely impressive to watch the physical recovery by Brooke. I mean, that's a pure example of the fitness built through years, right? We talk about fitness being a buffer from sickness and injury, and she had a devastating injury, but the stability and strength in her upper body and her mental fortitude is what allowed her to have that gracious recovery and get back on the competition floor.
Yeah, just to see her come back to compete at all in 22, let alone get 5th place at the CrossFit Games that year. Gracie Walton. See Emily DeRoy in the far left, who's sitting in second. 2 women from Australia are your 2 leaders in this heat.
And Chase, Gracie's face says it all. She is hyper-focused on her pace. She knows exactly what she wants to hit. And of course, I'm sure she's watching the meter tick up towards her end goal, but she's really watching how fast am I running and what do I need to do to change my body posture and position in order to do that. Again, another savvy vet move there, chalking her hands up as she gets near concluding this run so that she's ready to grab that barbell and get to the deadlifts.
This is our 19th CrossFit Games, starting all the way back in 2007, and it feels like the tide is turning with fresh, new blood at the Games. Lucy McGonigal is your youngest athlete in the field. She's currently sitting in 4th in this heat, but Lydia Fish is sitting in 2nd place. Annika Greer makes the Games for the first time after years of heartbreak. Miriam Von Moors won the Open 2 times in the last 2 years. And just to see, not only is the future bright in terms of age, but the amount of countries that are being represented with this new batch of athletes.
Yeah, it's really amazing as we even watch Lucy here grind through this run. These athletes are new here to the competition floor. They don't got the same kind of life experience as someone that's 35 years old that they're competing against, so they're learning so much, and they're starting so young in our methodology that it lends itself as a huge advantage.
And that was just the rookies. Gracie Walton, this is only her 2nd appearance at the CrossFit Games. She works her way into her 4th handstand walk.
All alone there on the handstand walk, and that's a good feeling, Chase. It's not one you often get. We mentioned this yesterday. When you're in the lead, it's not one you often get. Sometimes you get it when you're the last one on the floor, but this is a really great feeling. Gracie not taking the time to soak it up because she's focused. She knows she's got a lot of work to do left in this one more round that awaits her.
I'm used to the other one. I'm used to being the last one. Gracie Walton takes a break as Brooke Wells has moved into 2nd place. Walton takes her first break at that 25-foot yellow mark. Athletes do not have to do 50 feet unbroken as Walton gets to her final run.
Yeah, Brooke making slight work of those deadlifts, showing that she really has paced it greatly up into this point. Daru there taking a bit of a longer rest on the right, which shows that she's operating a touch more at her threshold. Brooke choosing to break up her handstand walks in the 25-foot segments. Daru has gone unbroken, was able to make up a little bit more time in previous rounds there. But Brooke's in a pretty strong position right now for that 2nd place finish potentially, at least going into round 5.
Brooke finished with her first 50-foot handstand walk. Again, it's 100 total each round except the 5th and final round. They'll have an extra 50 feet at the end. Brooke will stop at 25. DeRoy will go the whole 50. Brooke Wells closing out her 4th round.
Textbook round there by Brooke to kind of finish that up. We talk about as a recipe to success, racing the rest. And who we're watching right now, Gracie Walton, she hasn't taken much of it at all throughout the course of this event so far.
The transitions that she's had as well. There's the rest during the movement, but the rest between them is a key component, especially in a 3-modality event. 5 rounds, there's a lot of opportunities to waste time in an event like this.
That's right. It's very tempting, Chase. You get off that runner, and the last thing you want to do is pick up something heavy, especially when you've already done it 48 times. But it's the discipline and the tenacity and the attitude of these athletes that is really the deciding factor in how they get into attack mode from movement to movement. That is something that they have to practice, and they have to be very in the moment of in order not to listen to their body. Because from a comfort perspective, you don't want to advance as quickly as they are. They're choosing to do it because they want to win.
100 meters left for Gracie Walton on the right side of your screen, your leader in this heat. Time cap is 25 minutes as Walton is in her 5th and final round. Brooke Wells on the right, her twin sister Sydney, who's been a individual games athlete in her own right, and her mom looking on.
Never the easy position to be in, Chase. I've competed at the CrossFit Games many times, and I think my family's more fatigued at the end of every day than I am.
Gracie Walton is off the run and on the bar. She's had continuing to have one of the fastest deadlift splits of any athlete in this heat. Again, this is heat number 1 of 2. So we have 2 heats of 15 as Walton will break for the 2nd time. So she has yet to do that. Maybe setting herself up for the longer handstand walk to close things out.
Yeah, and simply put, she's at the top end of her threshold right now. We're seeing it from a body language perspective. You see the fatigue on her face, but this is what is asked of you when you're trying to really maximize your output. She's trying to save just enough for this last 150 feet.
50 feet down and back, and 1 more to finish. In the 5th and final round, Walton is done. She took a break at the 25-foot mark in the previous round. And one thing to note, we still have 15 of our top athletes after day 1 coming up after this. So though she's well ahead of the other 14 in this heat, she has to understand that there are 15 athletes and coaches watching and using her pace for race strategy.
That's right, and for the men, we got an opportunity through those 2 heats to see how much this final 50 feet really does add in extra challenge in this specific event. So as she gets ready for this final turnaround, there's a lot of pressure here on the time waste right now that she's taking in order to be prepared for the final 50.
17.5 minutes in. Gracie Walton makes her final 50 feet as she stops at the 25-foot marker. 25 feet left to go for Gracie Walton.
Wow.
She'll get across the finish line, and the time is set for heat number 2. Another Australian with a top performance in their heat. Brooke Wells is off her final set of deadlifts as she's finishing up her first 50 feet of the handstand walk. Oh, that was her last. Wow, Brooke Wells closed the gap significantly on that last 150 feet. Emily DeRoy, I'll give you 0 guesses to where she's from. Another Australian moving into 3rd place.
Ooh. Great save there by DeRoy.
And she knows it.
If you've ever walked on your hands at all, you know that feeling. And that's a scary one.
50 more feet to the finish line for Emily. Emily making her 2nd appearance at the CrossFit Games as an individual. She made it back in 2023. Decided to take a year off, go team, win a CrossFit Games championship on that team, and then make it again as an individual this year. DeRoy is in, as we have plenty of time before we get to that 25-minute time cap. And that is Lucy McGonigal, finishing up her final 50 feet.
Great finish for the youngster, and she's feeling every bit of it.
Lucy McGonigal has actually been staying with and training with your 7-time CrossFit Games champ, Tia Claire Toomey. Jen Muir. Work on her final 50 feet.
Jen Muir doing a great job using her lower body as leverage to help propel herself forward. Gymnasts might say, hey, these CrossFitters, they're bending their knees while they're walking. Well, yeah, we're walking. We're not performing. We're trying to cover forward distance, and it helps us do it faster when we get that bend in the legs.
Abby Dahlman's in. She was trying to outrace to the finish line between her and Lexi Neely. As we are past that 20-minute mark, Addie Canio. You can hear how hard these athletes are working.
That's right. And for those of you that have never walked on your hands, it is an extremely difficult position to breathe in. Your rib cage is typically expanded a bit. You've got pressure through your upper body. There's no reprieve, and as you try to fill your lungs and exhale smoothly, it doesn't really exist. There's a strong bracing, and you heard it there from Canio as she was trying to make her way to the finish line.
Livididakis is done. Still have about 3 or 4 athletes left onto the floor. As Sydney Mikulishin is in, so we have Sung Young Choi, Mariana Mesa, and Luisa Marquez finishing up their final round. Choi is in.
It's hard to find a place for the muscles to recover in this triplet chase. You see athletes shaking out their arms. Their legs are blown up from the deadlift and the running, but if they're using their arms on the deadlift, there's really not a moment of reprieve here.
25 more feet for the rookie out of Mexico. Actually qualified at a Far East Throwdown. She trains out of CrossFit Wadex Fitness. And Mesa's in. Final athlete left on the floor, Luisa Marquez. This is more my speed. And if I want my own alone time, this could define my short career.
No rush, no rush.
Oh. Little camera time. 2 minutes left before that time cap.
Yeah, and for everyone watching at home too, this is a unique scenario where we run on a stationary propelled erg, right? In the form of this woodway right now. We're actually penalized for being a lighter, smaller athlete. Mass moves mass when it comes to a stationary erg, and so the foot power and drive that you put into this is going to reward you a lot like body weight and power is rewarded on the rower and the bike erg, because we're not moving our body through space. So there's a unique challenge, especially to runners who aren't naturally great runners.
Final 12 deadlifts.
You can tell where the sticking point was, though, and it was the deadlifts.
225 pounds on that axle bar. One thing, we talked about the thickness in terms of grip, but also the thickness in terms of frontal plane.
Yeah, absolutely. Chase, you're talking about that fixed plane on the side of your body. Folks, it's like if we cut her body in half from the side, the closer she can keep it to that line right down the middle of her body, the lighter it will feel, and the circumference of that bar pushes the load further from the middle of her body, and it makes it feel that much more heavy.
I feel this deadlift struggle deeply in my bones.
You got a story for us about that deadlift struggle?
Listen, I'm trying not to use the word triggered, but we're getting there. Ten seconds before the cap.
Come on, finish these deadlifts.
One final rep in for Luisa Marquez as Gracie Walton takes the heat. 8 for the second and final heat for individual event number 1, as we have 15 in each heat. Your leader will be in lane number 9, bracketed by Lucy Campbell and Lydia Fish, who are tied with 236 points. And more on the rookie. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault. Where can you be?
Chase, great to be here in a school of fish with Lydia Fish's support system. 16 people strong are here from Wisconsin supporting the rookie. She was the last chance qualifier, making the most of that opportunity, finding herself in a podium position after day 1 at the CrossFit Games. She's excited to be here. I've been talking to her brothers, 3 brothers beside me, sister behind me, and a big focus of Lydia has been her strength. So strength is going to be a big portion of day 2, so we'll see how she acquits herself. She just started CrossFit in 2019 after winning a free 3-month membership, and the rest of the siblings have started CrossFit as well, because the brothers told me they can't have their sister stronger than her, so it's now a family affair.
Thank you, Mike. And Lydia Fish, the rookie, debuting the CrossFit Games, and then on the second day of competition, you're lining up to the 7-time CrossFit Games champ, Tia-Clair Toomey.
Yeah, high nerves, high stakes, but you're soaking it in, loving every moment of it. Lydia Fish, go get it.
Second and final heat for the individual women for the Albany Grip Trip. It's Haley Adams sitting in lane 15, currently 14 overall, and Lucy Campbell back for the first time since 2022 after a 2-year fight of a wrist injury just to get back to function, and now she's here competing in her second CrossFit Games. She's tied in points, 6 points behind the woman on her left in the red and white, Tia-Clair Toomey. Tia-Clair Toomey taking a 16th place finish last night, won the first 2 events yesterday to start things off. And Adrian, not to pull out a Michael Jordan reference, but I think she might have taken that 16th place personally.
Yeah, isn't it unique that we're in such a fortunate situation with an athlete that we've been able to watch through years, like Tia-Clair Toomey, that goes 1-1-16 yesterday, still donning the leader jersey, and we're like, yo, she's going to be angry today. And that's just to sum up her whole career, right? The dominance and the high level of expectation that she's blessed us with for her as an athlete is because of her greatness.
10th year competing at the CrossFit Games. She finished second twice to start her career, as Tia is going for 8 CrossFit Games championships. And you hear this a lot from people that, you know, grit and groan about Tia's dominance and what that means to the sport. I can't say it enough how lucky we are to be witnessing such greatness for so long. And personally, I'm here to see more of it as long as she can.
Yeah, what can we do to lure her into continuing this? I'm all for it, Chase. So if it's something that we need to say on the broadcast, something we need to call out, let's go ahead and do that so we can get more of this.
Amy Kringle on the right in all black is actually first off the runner into the bar, along with Lucy Campbell to her left and Tia Toomey in the white and red.
Now, we saw great performance yesterday from a lot of these athletes from the running event to start, as we see Tia get an early start on her handstand walk. So will this all be reflected on the pace that they settle in on the woodway? I'm very curious about for the athletes that are in the top 3 right now.
Now, very early in Tia-Clair Toomey's career, handstand walks were not her best movement, but you can bet that she has been focusing on improving that. And with Shane Orr in her corner, you can guarantee that that is a element that they have worked on significantly, as Tia-Clair Toomey has already moved into first place after the first round.
When we talk about that with Lucy Campbell as well, Chase, with the wrist injury and limitations, she hadn't been walking on her hands and accumulating a ton of volume and training there for that long. So how will she respond to this type of test is going to be a great question as well.
Olivia Kerstetter on the right side of screen, known obviously for her proficiency with the barbell, but Kerstetter is fantastic on her hands.
fantastic on her hands. And we saw earlier, even on the men's side, that if you're fast on the barbell, you can make up a tremendous amount of time that it could cost you on the run. So this is going to be a really good balanced triplet for Olivia to make a push toward the top of the finish.
Tia-Clair Toomey still held on to that leader jerseys, even with that 16th place finish. And we talked about her quest, her chase for 8. These are some of the great 8s with 7+ championships. Obviously, you have Bill Russell with 11. I mean, look at these names. Don't tell me you don't want to see these people do more of what they're the best at longer in their career. And it's such a treat to have her at 7. And that quest for 8 is alive and well. And look at the names that she's being associated with.
Yeah. I don't know if we have one officially. Do we got a CrossFit Hall of Fame, Chase?
Listen, you're 20. Sounds like a good idea to maybe bust that out. Maybe a Mount Rushmore of CrossFit Games athletes.
Yeah, it's time. It's time.
18 minutes flat, 0.39 set by Gracie Walton in the previous heat. Haley Adams is holding on to second in this heat.
Haley, someone that has worked on her strength and power tremendously, specifically in the squatting form. Through her years, Haley was actually able to compete at a very high level when it comes to hinging. And when we talk about movements, the deadlift categorizes as a hinge. And so this is one of those, coupled with the run and the handstand walk, that she is also going to be extremely competitive at.
Haley Adams' career is quite incredible. She took second twice as a teen, won it in her last year, as she is one of 6 athletes with a teen championship under her belt. But here's her finishes at the games as an individual. 6th, 5th, 9th, and 5th. And Haley is incredible on her hands. And with the way this is put together as far as the programming, is that, yes, if you're the best at all of them, that's your best case scenario. But there is room to maybe mask some deficiencies with the run, the deadlift, and the handstand walk.
Yeah, and that's what we're really looking for. When it comes to a beautiful layout of movements and modalities pieced together, this is one of them. Because you could pick any one of these movements and say, oh, that's my thing. But then what about the other 2? Or maybe one is really poor for you, but you can then make up ground on the other 2. So we're seeing it all play out here, and it's going to be the winner, of course, is going to be the one that can piece it all together and compete at the highest level.
Tia is done. Hot on her heels is Haley Adams and Olivia Kerstetter. As Haley is a fantastic runner, she looks over her shoulder to see where she's at with the rest of the field. As good as she is as a runner, she's fantastic on her hands as the Haley Adams fan club in the stands cheering her on. You see that cadence difference between Tia-Clair Toomey and Haley Adams.
Yeah, Tia much more of that faster, shorter stride length. Haley being a little bit more elongated and relaxed. Tia likely going to have an attack mode where she's going to be increasing the pace of this run as she goes, especially as she finds herself in the driver's seat.
Lucy Campbell still in the mix, currently sitting in 3rd overall with that tie between her and Lydia Fish. As Lucy peeking over to trying to get a peek at Tia-Clair Toomey's screen, see what pace she's at, and with the endurance background that Lucy Campbell has, she's on the national swim team there in the UK. Running should not be an issue, but as you said, it's more just time being able to get upside down since recovering from that wrist injury.
Yeah, for sure. And then just considering her involvement in CrossFit as a methodology, as coach, as teacher,
as a broadcaster,
it's her specialty is literally not specializing, and so has an opportunity here to really showcase that in this triplet.
Lucy Campbell training out of CrossFit Nottingham. See Olivia Kerstetter, who's in about 3rd place coming into this second round as we are in the midst of the 3rd. Kerstetter at her second individual games, but it had been a multiple team, and Lucy Campbell has made up a ton of ground on the third run. Lucy Campbell on the right side in the pink and black, just to her left. 7-time CrossFit Games champ Tia Toomey, and Lucy Campbell has moved into first. Tia Claire Toomey hot on her heels.
We talked about that handstand walk being a big decider here. We questioned how prepared is Lucy. She's looking extremely prepared, very efficient. Tia might have her a little bit in regards to speed, but we've got so much further to walk. That's less of the concern right now. It's Lucy keeping her close so that she has a chance.
And here's the thing with Lucy is that she is not afraid of anybody out there on the competition floor, even though this is only her second time in the CrossFit Games. Obviously, Tia's 10th. But what we've seen Lucy do this year, yes, she competed in 2022. She won 2 events at the CrossFit Games, so she has beaten stiff competition over the years. Kerstetter moving into third on the right side of your screen. Lucy made up a lot of ground on that last run. About 4 seconds on the run on Tia and 2 on the handstand walk, or on the deadlifts.
Yeah.
And that might be it. We know her handstand walks may take a hit just because she hasn't been able to train that over the last 2 years. However, there's opportunities on the board to make up for what she could lose in the handstand walk.
That's right, and that's what it's all about in regards to competing head-to-head. You got to know where the juice is worth the squeeze. And if she's feeling good on the runner and she's feeling good on those deadlifts, that is a great opportunity for her going into this next round to potentially try to have a slight lead going upside down.
Just past the 10-minute mark. The time to beat is 18 minutes as Haley Adams has moved back into third place on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, and it seems like it's her and Olivia Kerstetter back and forth a little bit between third and fourth place, and it's where Haley gets back on that runner and is able to get a little bit more momentum past Olivia, where she sneaks back into that third position.
Lydia Fish finishing up her third set on the handstand walk. She's a good runner, great at gymnastics. But we know that deadlift at that weight with that bar will be a tough point for her. She had a great performance last night with a front squat clean complex.
Yeah, actually impressed me tremendously the way that she moved those final 2 barbells, Chase. And this is where we talk about strength through years and fitness through years. These young athletes have to expedite the process in order to try to catch up on the strength side of things. And what we know for an athlete like that is that even her experience on that runner gets harder because of how difficult the deadlifts actually are.
Lucy Campbell back to the barbell, has made up a little bit of that ground she lost on the handstand walk to Tia Toomey, though Tia Toomey is moving that bar a little quicker on this 4th round as Haley Adams on the left side of your screen still holding on to third place. And it looks like Lucy Campbell's just going to hold on to the bar.
Let's go.
Wasting no time overhead. Forcing the pace for Tia Toomey.
What I like about Lucy's walk is that she softens her elbow in order to get her cadence forward. There's bend there. She's able to keep her hands a little bit more underneath her. Tia decides to almost waddle her walk. She pivots her shoulders slightly. This is just a little bit of energy bleed, and both these women are at their threshold.
Yeah.
Here we go, baby.
Let's go. Now Tia has been walking faster than Lucy, but Lucy is starting to pull away and Tia breaks. Lucy Campbell is done as she starts round number 5.
This is her opportunity. Here we go. She's got to put significant distance between her and Tia, because you always have to question, Chase, how fast is Tia going to run here, and how much will this extra 50 feet coming up affect everything towards the end of this event?
Lucy Campbell was tied in points for second place with 236. Tia-Clair Toomey is in first place with 242. Lucy Campbell, if she holds on to this, can put herself solidly in second. And if Tia holds on as well, she'd be to be 2 points back of the 7-time CrossFit Games champ.
Chase, we talk about this comeback from Lucy Campbell. I saw her compete at elite competitions this year, standing on top of the podium against other CrossFit Games competitors that are historied, even previous champs like Laura Horvath, besting them in-person events. And that really put me on notice of her mindset and her competitive advantage that she brings when it's time to compete in person. And we're getting to witness it right here. She goes head-to-head with the champ.
Lucy Campbell's been faster on the run. She went unbroken on her fourth set of deadlifts. Again, that is a thick bar, and it's 220 pounds. Can Lucy Campbell hold on? It's one thing to chase down the champ. It's another thing to be chased by the champ. 50 meters left for Lucy Campbell.
She's focused. Chase body language still looks very positive. Tia's focused. She knows exactly where she wants to be or where she wants to hold.
Lucy Campbell went unbroken on her fourth set.
The efficiency of Lucy's deadlifts all event long have been extremely impressive. Narrow stance with her feet, getting her feet directly under her hips, softens her upper back, not as a fault, but as an advantage to get the bar to the ground quicker.
Lucy Campbell with the crowd at her back is going to try to go unbroken again, and she does. 150 feet stand between her and her third event win at the CrossFit Games. Tia takes a break. Lucy Campbell going for unbroken on her first 50-foot handstand walk.
This is where she gets a chance. She's like, okay, I've got time. I've got some space here.
Lucy Campbell kicks up again. Tia-Clair Toomey on her hands. Tia-Clair broke at the 25-foot mark in the last round. Lucy Campbell going for another 50. Now remember, we have one more 50-foot section in the fifth and final round. Lucy has plenty of time for the time to beat. She just has to focus on Tia. Lucy Campbell's on her hands again. Lucy Campbell has been at a competition for 2 years. She's won 3 events since she's returned. She's beat a previous champ, and the Queen Slayer, Lucy Campbell, takes down another one. Haley Adams is trying to catch Tia because Tia got a no rep on her second lap. Tia still has 50 feet to go.
And it's the accumulation of that inverted position, Chase.
And Haley Adams is the 4 points that Lucy Campbell needed. 25 feet left to go for Tia-Clair. She will not be in white and red much longer after this, as Tia may be getting past. If she does not get to the finish line, she's got to look out for Kerstetter. 5 feet left to go for Tia. Tia will get third in the event. The point drop is 4 per place. Lucy Campbell was 6 points back coming into this event as Kerstetter has crossed the finish line. Ariel Lowen work on her handstand walk. We are at the 18. We still have 7 minutes before he hit the 25-minute cap. Amy Kringle takes a break at 25, and here comes Ariel Lowen. It's a race to the finish between Campbell and Kringle.
Brandon across at the same time.
Daniel Brandon. So 3 athletes right there at the finish line with Ariel Lowen, Kringle, Brandon, and Sturt.
Wow, what a race. What a race.
Lydia Fish. Just trying to close this one out. We knew it would be a tough one for her because of the deadlift. So Miriam Von Rohr is working through her final 50 feet across the competition floor. Miriam Von Rohr has won the Open back-to-back years. In 25 and 24, her first time on the competition floor here at the CrossFit Games. Raptis is in. Von Rohr is in. Claudia Gluck still has 100 feet left to go, as we are 5 minutes away from that 25-minute time cap.
Going unbroken all the way back. For some of these athletes, this is a big point of contention in regards to how they pace this thing, how they started this thing. Again, we see a lot of athletes get off in round 1 around similar times, and then we see this parity towards the finish as Greer's across.
Annika Greer's in. Claudia Gluck finish her final 50 feet. Fisa Gaffi won the event last night on the pegboard. And just trying to do everything she can to finish this event to start day number 2. Fisa Gaffi was sitting in 9th overall coming into this event.
Yeah, and struggling a bit even with the handstand walk. And of course we understand there's been a tremendous accumulation throughout this event so far to get her to this 5th round. But even the pace at which she's moving on her hands, that could have been a significant time loss throughout this whole event, where other athletes are simply just walking faster on their hands.
And what we have coming up, Adrian, is the strength test of the games. Obviously, strength has been tested in the clean. It's being tested here in the deadlift, but a 1-rep max back squat is what is looming for these individual athletes. Now seeing this event take place, what is that fatigue element, that mental element coming in to that strength test for these athletes?
Well, along with yesterday, the 3 events that we worked through yesterday, and then this morning, the distance that was covered in the run and all these deadlifts is certainly going to accumulate and certainly affect what we see from a performance perspective on this back squat later.
Lucy Campbell will not be wearing pink and black much longer, and Tia will not be wearing white and red either.
A little wardrobe switcheroo going into the back squats later.
Syria Meha, who won the in-affiliate semifinal. Still, I say still has plenty of time, but sometimes when the athlete is like, listen, can we do about that 22-minute time cap that the guys have? Can we get that back? Meha is in. And ladies and gentlemen, strap in, because it wasn't a single under that tripped her up. Lucy Campbell for heat number 1. We're back to 3 heats of 10, as we'll start off with the men. Some heavy lifts, at least listed lifts, in this heat. In our Vision Fuels Victory athletes, lane number 2, Morris Feibig.
Morris Feibig, an athlete with a listed back squat of 485, at least as a previous best. Now, we're using this data as a reference point, of course. This is why we play the game. The numbers don't matter as much. You got to see what you can do on game day.
And Jorge Fernandez, who has a listed max of 495. The question is, will we see 500 pounds this weekend? Enrique Moriera. The attempt will be on the right. If you look at the bottom part of the lane, 445 to open things up.
Very nice there by Moriera. More vertical in his squat position, choosing the high bar method.
Now, one thing I want to keep an eye on the next time Moriera comes back up is that he tapped the straps at the bottom of his squat. Moritz with a listed max. Again, these are listed max. We have a lot of these athletes like to play little coy, little cat and mouse with what they put out as far as what we can see.
We're seeing some smooth as butter lift attempts going on right now. You'll notice a lot of these athletes just trying to prime their central nervous system, familiarize themselves with the load on the platform. And then we'll see some weight start to go up in these second and third attempts.
Toby Buckland at 445. Buckland does not have a listed max as Bronislav Olenkowicz.
Braun very intentional with setting his hips down and back. Really great squat mechanics there. He's setting himself up for some success with those later lifts, the way he mechanically executed there.
430-pound attempt for Peter Ellis.
You'll notice the signal go out. The hand comes forward as a good lift. Judges are looking for that the hip crease lowers clearly below the top of the knee. It was very clear in the standards the athletes have to go below, not too parallel, in order to have a successful lift.
Janikowski competing in his 10th CrossFit Games this weekend. Now, as far as the lift itself, it just must start before that 20-second time frame is up. Diego Lucis, we've got a last-minute invite with a backfill from the Far East throwdown. 475 open here for Jorge Fernandez. Are you surprised to see some of these opening weights that we've seen?
This one right here surprises me. Now, we're hopeful to see well over 500 pounds for Jorge, but opening at 475 is a huge load of confidence, no pun intended, for him to hit that smooth.
475 is good for Jorge Fernandez. That is the heaviest weight we've seen put on the bar, as Bill Leahy opens up with 435. Now, Leahy has a listed max at 480, and that looks like no issue whatsoever.
Tremendous speed going the down and up there for Bill. A lot of times you want to control the initial portion of the descent and then use the stretch reflex, which means a little bit of that bounce out of the bottom of the squat.
435 attempt again for Isaac Newman. He will be your last lifter in this first heat. As the listed max of 485, that rep is good as the round one is done. And we'll go back to Enrique Moriera. And the question is how's that depth going to fare with the straps that he chose to have set?
And he's got to get out of the rack cleanly. Yeah, he has a little, almost like a stumble coming back. Good lift, and then clearly they made it the appropriate adjustment in the bottom.
And not uncommon we've seen when you are warming up in the back area and now you're being corralled. A lot of times the first round of any lift that we do seems to be the shakier, worse round. And in the second round, you see some clean lifts.
Yeah, and what we're seeing is the adaptation of the central nervous system. These athletes now mechanically are more comfortable and confident out on the floor. Now it's time to get competition mode.
Feibig just hit 485 as Buckland gets set. That's Feibig's listed max. So some of these numbers we have might not be the same once we leave this event, as Buckland will hit. Next is Bronislav Alenkowicz's attempt is at 470. His list max was 441, so. And as you said, as he sets the hip back, another thing in setting the hips back is he's not tilting his pelvis to do it. He's sitting the hips back while keeping that low back intact.
That's right, yeah, he's doing a great job of it. It's a very traditional, more so into a powerlifting versus an Olympic weightlifting style of squat, but it's paying off right now for Big Bron.
Ellis.
Smooth for Peter Ellis.
Attempt good at 440. Jonakoski. $450 on the bar for Koski.
Oh yeah, great job there by Jona to drive through the middle. That's the tricky part. The squat's gonna start to slow when you're at your threshold. That's a vet move by Jona to force his hips forward and keep it under the barbell.
445. And that'll be the first bail we see. You can see why we are squatting out of that safety rack. Now the athletes will have to break their bar down and set up themselves. They'll have plenty of time as Fernandez sets up for 490. Opened up with 475.
Now Jorge was pretty quick there. Have some patience on the way down here, Jorge. Good timing.
10 pounds away from potentially our first 500-pound squat for the day. Leahy hit 435, now attempting 470.
Good lift there for Leahy.
460 on the bar for Newman.
Newman with a very vertical torso through his squat. He's got a long torso. Really helps him keep his hips directly underneath his shoulders throughout the full range there. It's
480 impressive for Enrique. This is his third and final attempt. This event is sponsored by Lu Zhangjun. That is the shoe that Enrique's wearing, and it pays off.
And that, my friend, is the heat of competition and the crowd coming to life.
530 on the bar. 50-pound jump for Moritz Fiebig. Oh, get it!
What a jump.
What a jump. Good jump that he took from round one to round two.
Hey, that's what we came to see, though. You'd love to see it. You'd love to see it.
485 for Toby Buckland. Now, Lu Zhangjun is not just the shoe or the name brand. That is the name of one of the best Olympic athletes to ever compete in the sport. And there's a bit more on the line. If you use the shoes, the athletes will get 500. If you win the event, you get another 3,000.
There it is. 500 for Big Bron.
And score one on the board for Bronislav Alenkowic. 500 pounds. Peter Ellis, he'll get his lift.
Great clean lift there by Ellis. Very structured and strategic there. Still smooth. He had plenty in the tank.
465 attempt for Jonakoski's third and final lift.
Now right out of the bottom, he's got to start to drive his hips forward as he presses through the bar. Not in time. Not in time.
Lift is good for Tiago. 505, and this will be for the event lead for Jorge Fernandez. He went 475, 490, Can he get another 15 here? Adrian, do you feel like he got a little shy at the very bottom, not bouncing out like he did for the 490?
A little shy. Yeah, you really got to fight to maximize that stretch reflex, Chase. You want to use muscle, but if you can get some assistance from the joints and tendons, just like Bill Leahy did right there on that repetition, it goes a long way.
485 is good for Bill Leahy. That's good enough for a third in the heat, tied 3 ways with Toby Buckland and Moritz Fiebig.
Newman, watch how tall, look at how tall he keeps his chest. And that is one of the hardest aspects. When you can have the unique ability to stay vertical through a squat, you've got to brace tremendously.
The top 3 heaviest squats in the biz are in this lane between Hatfield, Nick Matthew, and Colton Mertens. So Mertens will be kicking things off. He'll be over in lane number 1. For more on Mertens, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Chase, we just saw the heaviest weight lifted in heat number 1 was 500 pounds. Well, guess what? Colton Mertens has already eclipsed that in the warm-up area. I saw him hit 515, and it looked like an air squat. So the amount of weight that's going to be lifted by these guys in heat number 2 is really going to be impressive. Will we see a number from this heat that begins with a 6? Remains to be seen. I can't wait.
Woo! I mean, we might see a... Hey, look, I'm not going to argue against that. And Colton Mertens needs to be one of those guys with an opportunity there. We mentioned earlier that this event is sponsored by Lu Zhongjun. That is the weightlifting shoe that is on the feet of several athletes, including Colton Mertens. And they're giving away $3,000 for event wins during the games. They're giving away an additional $3,000 if you win wearing the shoes. Nick Matthew, that guy has squatted 500 pounds a couple times in a row himself. And, God, I thought he was done loading plates, but he's still...
Yeah, not when you got a listed max on our profile at 545. It's like, yeah, I'm going to keep loading this bar until I look around and see that I've outloaded everyone else at this point.
And the man who has the best advantage to be looking around is in lane number 10. That is Austin Hatfield, who will be the last lifter in line for heat number 2, and we just saw him put up 505 for a double a couple weeks ago.
That's right, and if you pay any attention, you know, and people have been talking about this, we see what Hatfield had even been training with. If you're hitting working sets of 505 for a double in training, wow, that gives you a lot of upside and potential for what you're going to hit on the competition floor.
Opening at 535 pounds, Colton Mertens is going to try to kick this max lift off with a bang. I thought Mike Arsenault was being ridiculous.
I thought Mike was being sarcastic.
Yeah, could we see a 6? I'm like, yeah, maybe in the middle of the 3 numbers, but not the first one.
Not to mention Mr. Captain Jack Rosema opening at 500 pounds also.
Oh,
come on.
Okay. I'm starting to get some 2021 Mac heavy snatch 300-pound vibes here. 3 back-to-back attempts at 500 plus.
Wow, beautiful squat.
515. What is happening? Listen, Colin, I'm sorry you have to go after those 3. It's like going after the smart kids in the class project. I'm like, can I have just gone first, please?
That's right. Boss hard. Handle your business, though.
420 is still wildly impressive.
That's
keep
right.
It up. Yeah, keep it up.
And the battle is for overall points, and we can't ever forget that. These guys are trying to concern themselves with their best overall placement, regardless of what all these other behemoths are out there putting on the barbell.
Enrico Zanoni settling up for his first attempt.
Great lift there for Enrico. Great job bracing and staying firm throughout that squat.
425 opening lift for Callum Clemens.
A little bit more of a low bar back squat here for Clemens. Low on his traps, his bum's gonna go further back. Chest will drop forward. Still clean execution. Again, this is all about the athletes knowing their style of squat that maximizes their output.
Just mentioned low bar as Ty Jenkins settles in for 450. What's the advantage or disadvantage there between high bar and low bar?
Often we see athletes with a little bit of a shorter trunk, longer legs go low bar. It's going to help them minimize the distance traveled. Put more of the strain chase on the back side of your body, a little less on the front side of your body.
Ty will hit 450 as Chris Ibarra settles in for 430. That's good for Chris Ibarra. Do not be confused by the numbers you see at the top of your screen. This is still the first round of 3 in this max squat event.
Magda, a young athlete with also a big 1-rep max lift. We hadn't seen him hit a max in many years, but he knows he's going to prime himself for something heavy today.
Also rocking that thick leather weight belt that usually are reserved for powerlifting gyms as Austin Hatfield puts on 500 for his first attempt. And it's good for Hatfield. 4 500-pound back squats in the first round as Mertens loads up 555, which is, as far as we know, the heaviest lift he's ever done for one.
It's going to take a second to brace. Big deep breath here.
$555 is good for Mertens.
Jack Rosema was laughing as he strapped up his belt.
515 for Jack Rosema.
Gotta fight, finish. Nice job there by Jack. Wow, what a fight there to fight to get his hips under the load. And again, that's what we're gonna see, folks, as we watch these athletes struggle. They gotta get their hips forward in order to avoid failing.
Nick Matthews with 535. $435 on the bar.
Chase, they've run 6 miles. They've done 60 deadlifts at 350. I mean, these guys, what they're showing is phenomenal.
Enrico Zanoni waiting for his turn as Bosshard gets his second lift. 435 for Zanoni.
You even noticed a bit of a hip shift to the right there from Zanoni. Could be bothered by something on his left, could have a natural imbalance of weakness. If you train in an affiliate and go through a heavy day, sometimes you notice that about your own movement. Got to stay square in order to win on those heavy loads.
Clemens got 425. This attempt is 20 pounds more at 45. And it'll count.
He was feeling good about that when he gave us that extra pause and grimace at the top.
Ty Jenkins going for 470. Jenkins will not get that.
3, 2, 1.
Chris Ibarra loading up for 450.
Based on what we saw from Ibarra, this is a solid jump, but 20 pounds was doable with his bar speed. Got to get forward. Not happening. And this is where you start to wonder, Chase, is this the accumulation effect? Are these guys overshooting themselves in their second lift because they feel good, but then they realize that fatigue is starting to catch up?
Tudor Magnus jumping 30 pounds from 460. This attempt is for 490. Austin Hatfield has made a 25-pound jump from 500 to 525.
As Austin Hatfield might say himself, if you ain't first, you're last. That's his mindset going into a lot of these. Not today.
Now a decision to make for Austin Hatfield as Colton Mertens is putting on 5.
I was waiting to see 575, to be honest. With the way that moved, I'm not surprised. Let's get it. got
And
it.
the Iron Hog
baby.
smashes 570 pounds.
Great shot of his coach there.
Rolls him up for 520. 555 for Nick Matthew.
He got it. Great lift there by Nick. Way to stay the course. When the bar starts to slow that much, it's very easy to want to just back away and let it go. He fought through and got a huge lift there at 555.
Boss hard up for 465. Rico Zanoni going for 440, missed his previous attempt.
Zanotti's got to stay firm out of the hole. He gets a good bounce, got to keep it.
Still has his successful first lift. 10-pound increase for Callum Clements. 455.
This lift, if he wants to make it, it's going to take some time. He's got to be willing to fight. He's got this low bar approach where his hips are back, less forward. And so he's going to use a little bit more musculature to stand it up. He's got to fight. He does. Wow.
And Clements is happy about that one. Now, Ty went for 470, has now dropped down to 460. Previous best was 450, and the extra 10 pounds are good.
Great execution there by the rookie.
Another 450 attempt for Ibarra. Missed his first shot on the second round. .450 is good.
Nice job there by Ibarra. Gosh, I'd like to see Tudor slow down his tempo a little bit on the way down, right? And there's a part of this where you have to balance, Chase, in training, the practice of maxing out. It's a valid skill that has to be exercised.
Austin Hatfield going for 515. He missed 525 on his second attempt. 515 is good and good enough.
That'll be a separator. That's a mature decision there when you're maxing out. Could have easily gone for another one right there at that opening lift, or that second attempt, but I like that choice.
570 is the new weight to beat. And that's just your lane assignments, your top 10 after 4 events. We're not even halfway through the weekend yet, and fireworks are already flying. And in this heat, we have not of your top 10s, but several games champ. 2 of those belong to Justin Medeiros.
And we know that Justin Medeiros is a tremendous competitor, Chase. He's coming in this year looking as fit as ever. He follows coaching from Adam Neefer and also Jesse Buffano that really go into practice a lot with practicing and maxing out. It's a part of regular upper and lower lifts for both of them.
Man who was wearing the leader jersey coming in this morning, lost it in the individual event number 4, but only a few points behind, and he has himself a pretty heavy 1-rep max squat himself. Jay Crouch, who in his interview said, Dave must have been watching my Instagram lately because these events post up very well for me. Kalian Souza, second place finish in event number 4, finds himself inside the top 10.
Souza with a great lift there. He's a tall drink of water now. He's not a short guy, so he's got a long distance to travel to get to that below parallel position, and had some great positions on his way down and up.
Dallin Pepper opens with 470.
Pepper here, more of a low bar back squat approach, lower down on his traps, sends his hips down and back, clean as can be on 470.
Your 2024 CrossFit Games champion, James Sprague, opening up with 440.
James always getting that bar as low as he possibly can on his traps here. 440 is a great opening lift for him. Strength, something that he's been working at tremendously.
Harry Lightfoot sitting in 7th overall after 4 events. Opening attempt at 445.
Great lift there for Harry, no hesitation, great timing. Again, from a timing perspective, we're looking at the hips down and back with control at the top, and then a faster stretch reflex out of the bottom. We'll see what Roman chooses here.
Roman Krenikov, 6th overall. 475 is his opening weight. And that's good for Roman, as he's leaning on the crowd to get him through this max lift. Justin Medeiros, looking in championship form, opens with 470.
Smooth opener there for Justin. Again, mechanically, watch the way he gets the bar in and out of the rack. It's routine for him. He dials in the details.
Ricky Garrard, 4 points out of a podium position. Jeff Adler, your 2023 CrossFit Games champion. 3 previous champions in this 3rd and final heat for the men. 3 podium finishers in this final heat for the men.
Strong lift at 445 there for Adler.
Jason Hopper sitting in 2nd. 485. 45 is good.
Yeah, that's a great opener at 485 for Hopper.
Jay Crouch wearing the white leader jersey for the first time in his career after his first career event win in individual event number 4. Got to be good at 445, and round 1 is done. Back to Kalian Souza.
And this is where the competition really comes to life. Everybody being a bit conservative with their openers, and now we'll start to see either what they have potential to stretch to, or if they're going to make this their best lift here at attempt 2.
415 is good. We still have Merton's best weight of 570 as the best lift, as Dallin Pepper settles in for 495.
Got it. Great lift there by Pepper. Low bar approach, butt down and back. It helps him stay firm through his midline too. You use this low bar approach just like we're going to see from Sprague here. It helps you stay very firm through your mid back as you stand, squat down and up.
Sprague will get 455. It's not the heaviest weight we've seen, but that is a good weight for James Sprague. 465 on the bar for Lightfoot.
Lightfoot had a pretty squat on the first one. He's got that medium approach, not too high on his shoulders. Smooth tempo down, control on the way up. I mean, it looks like there's a lot left in the tank there for Harry.
We've got 5 lifts over 500 pounds as Roman sets up for 485. $45 is good for Roman. 490 on the bar for Justin Medeiros. Open with 470.
Got it. Great control there for Justin. Again, routine. Ricky calling for the assistance from the crowd here.
455 on the bar for Ricky Garrard.
Wow. Know your squat is huge. I mean, look at the control Ricky goes down with and is still able to render that great stretch reflex out of the bottom to pop him right up.
475 for Jeff Adler. And he'll,
It looked like he had it, Chase. I wonder if he almost got a little lightheaded there, because he was really close to coming out of that sticky part of the squat, and his eyes looked a little lost as he bailed that lift.
And here we go. Our first 500-pound attempt for heat number 3, and it belongs to Jason Hopper. Hopper will get it.
Great lift, Jason Hopper.
Jay Crouch asking for a little help from the crowd. Putting on 485.
Big jump here for Jay.
He knows he's only 12 points ahead of Jason Hopper, so he has to stay close. He's got to get this.
Got to fight, Jay. Wow.
2 rounds done. We've got 2 485s on the bars. Callie and Souza sets up for 425. Roman hit 485. Crouch 485. Medeiros 490. Pepper 495. And with Hopper hitting 500, that's 6 guys at 500 or more. This 5-pound jump would put Dallin into that 5th place position. So Dallin's going to keep 495. James Sprague. This is a big lift for James, just to stay in contention with a long weekend left to go.
Wow.
And that's big for Sprague. And he knows it. And for James, the rest of the weekend's going to be wide open. 485 in the bar for Lightfoot.
Oh, and Harry knows.
More there.
Yeah, there's more there. He's celebrating that. He's probably had some great strength progress through the summer in training, because there's some poundage left, and that's a pleasant surprise for an athlete.
Roman hit 485. 495 on the bar for Roman.
You want to talk about fight. He saw that one all the way through until he couldn't anymore.
This is big for Medeiros. He's sitting in 5th place overall.
He got it.
Justin is doing Justin things. 505 for Justin Medeiros. 465 for Ricky. If he gets this, and that'll put him outside the top 20. Adler with another attempt at 470. 2 more lifters to go, and they're sitting on top of the leaderboard as Jason Hopper throws on 505.
Yep. Needs it.
505 is tied for 5th at the moment, and it's just Medeiros that holds that spot, and Medeiros will have it alone.
3, 2, 1.
Wow. Huge for Crouch here.
If he can get this, he may be able to hold on to this jersey for another event. 495. And he's not going to get it, and that'll put him at 485. And Justin Medeiros wins the heats. And Justin Medeiros, 3 heats of 10, starting with our bottom 10 after 4 events. So we have 3 total heats of this max back squat. Your vision fuels victory athletes to watch. Over there in lane number 2, Mariana Meza out of Mexico, taking the floor here. Mariana has actually been on the scene. If you've been following Wodapalooza Latin Cup, she's won it 2 years in a row. Now she's on the big stage here at the Crossfit Games.
On the big stage as a rookie with a listed back squat at 335. So she got to be a natural, someone that we keep our eyes on in this 1 rep max.
Emily DeRoy is back from individual competition for the second time, as Roy has one of the heaviest listed squats for the women, although if it's anything like the men, we might as well throw those maxes out the window as we bring in a guest to the booth that knows a little bit about competing on the competition floor. Alex Gazan, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Alex, we've seen some crazy weights tossed up by the dudes. You've been on this competition floor for years. You've done max lifts in front of the crowds. What is it about the crowd that boosts those lifts for an athlete?
Oh, there's nothing like it. Like the adrenaline, I swear you could lift whatever you think you can lift 20 pounds more. It's so cool.
That in the background, I'm assuming the warm-up area, you're sitting with your coach. You've got a plan. This is lift 1. Maybe look for me for 2, 3. But does that plan every once in a while, you're like, I don't know, that felt pretty good. Maybe we'll go off script a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like Justin and I usually have a pretty good game plan. First lift, you always want something safe, get a good number on the board. Second lift is like I'm happy with this will be good. And then you want to set yourself up to have some fun on that third lift.
See Caroline Prevost. Now, Alex, you did qualify out of the NorCal Classic. Caroline Prevost, since you had to withdraw due to injury, got that spot for you. And not pouring salt in the wound, but you've competed here. You've finished at the highest level. You get to sit back and watch this for the first time from the stands. But talk about you had to be there. What does it feel like from the outside looking in for those that cannot understand at home?
Like for me, it's really bittersweet to watch. Like I'm just sitting here like, man, like I want to throw some weight around and be down there. These athletes are incredible, and yeah, it's really fun.
Luisa Marquez will kick things off. 270. Now, I heard you place some bets earlier on a podcast of what that number may be. What is that? What do we think we may see after? Does it change after you saw what the men did?
No, I'm going with my gut. My first thing was 350. I feel like we're going to see at least someone hit 350. That's what I would have wanted to hit.
Caroline Prevost sets up for 295. As we are going to go through 3 rounds of this 1-rep back squat attempt. Athletes will have 20 seconds. Now, Alex, how is the recovery from that injury you sustained earlier?
Definitely getting a lot better on the mend. For a while I had some nerve damage, and it's starting to come all back, and now just getting my calves and all the surrounding muscles firing again. So yeah, definitely much, much better.
Sungyeon Choi. She'll get her first lift. 280 on the bar for Christina.
280 pounds on the bar.
Nice.
Yeah, solid lift for opening lift for her.
Alex, how important is that first lift? Not necessarily about the weight you put on the bar, but building confidence for the second and third attempts.
Yeah, for myself, and I think a lot of athletes can agree, like the way you feel plays a huge impact on how the lifts go. So you want that first lift, especially after being in the crowd, being tight, you want that first lift to feel good and like fast, so that way you keep that going into the next one.
Just saw a miss from Emily Duroy, who has one of the top 5 lifted maxes.
Yeah, that's a tough way to start there. It's one of the keys is to start sharp, not slow. And now she's gonna have to make some really hard choices as we watch Mikulishin have a successful opening attempt.
First 300 plus successful lift we've seen. As Maria Camila Quintero sets up for 290. Now, Alex, we talked about having a successful lift. What's the plan B if we miss the first one?
Oh, I've been there a time or two. Unfortunately for me, usually my misses have involved Olympic lifting, and sometimes you just got to pull and pray at that point. But I think with the back squat, you can be a little more meticulous and kind of assess, hey, was that just too heavy, or did I just miss like my time out of the bottom, and then you make your choice. But you got to be smart, because if you miss 2 in a row, then you're putting yourself in a hole.
Jen Muir nails 325, and
she's hitting 350.
Jen Muir is one of those athletes, everyone talks about maybe her endurance or gymnastics because of success at the semifinal level. Jen Muir has a powerlifting background that most people don't know about.
Well, and that was obvious there even in her setup and execution. With low bar approach, hips very far back, chest cantilevered forward, and she smoked it using that strategy.
325 is the heaviest weight we've seen as we make our way back around. for round number 2. Luisa Marquez, also 290 on the bar. Will not get it. Now, athletes, it's different from event to event, year to year, but in this case, they are allowed to go down from that attempt in case they miss it.
Yeah, that's nice. It kind of gives you that freedom to play a little bit and not be so stuck.
Yeah, it really allows you to have a little less pressure in these jumps. Wow. Great finish there by Meza.
295 is good for Meza as Prevost is loading up the bar to 315. Is good.
Yeah, good clean lift, and what we'll be looking for on her next jump, Chase, is her ability to get the hips forward out of the bottom, a lot like we saw with some of the earlier lifts from the men. If the hips lag behind too long, you're just going to have to dump it forward.
And here come the threes as Sungyeon Choi goes from 295 to 310.
It's so funny. I have like the same like nerve feelings that like I would have down there. I'm like, why am I shaking?
Oh, I'm watching you squat with them.
Yeah, I know.
You're leaning back a little bit if they're leaning forward.
It's very hard not to do that, except, Alex, you'll be very tired if you do 30 back squats every time you they take the floor.
Oh, 295. Liutakis gets her second lift.
See if she can make this one.
DeRoy opened with 290 and missed that.
There you go.
And at 275, I mean, it looks more maybe positioning or just wasn't in the right spot at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, and you can even speak to this, Alex. Think about the accumulation of work they've already experienced.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
that go into a lot of the decision making, at least with an opener and then maybe the second lift?
Yeah, I think obviously I don't know what their body feels like, but I can tell you the times I've competed, day 2, day 3 at the CrossFit Games, you're rolling with what you got.
Mikulichin adds another 10 pounds. 320 is good.
Wow.
But I'll say, even if you're sore, though, there's something about here, like, it doesn't matter. Like, you still pull out the numbers that you don't think you can hit.
295 on the bar. A 5-pound increase from 290. That's good for Quintero.
All right, where'd she go? 345?
345.
345 for Jen Muir.
People are going to see this akin to what Justin did. Look at that setup. It's a 1-2 step, back up from the rack, deep breath.
Oh, easy. Oh, my gosh.
You know when you do when you see a serious lifter like that, you look at the shoes.
No doubt.
Oh, that was so...
Yeah, she wants her heels close to the ground, man. We got different approaches. Some people in their flats, some people in their Oli shoes. Those athletes that are geared for the posterior, they like to keep their heels close to the ground.
Syria Meha, she'll hit 290. And we have one round left to go. As Luisa Marquez sets up for 285. Missed her previous lift at 290.
Nice. There you go.
Wow.
Back squats are tricky, too, because everyone's sticking point is so different, so you never know where the lift is going to be made or failed.
305 for Mariana Meza.
We watched some of the men get well above parallel and still not finish the lift.
Yeah, that's where my sticking point is, right there. Like when you're pretty much up.
Right when everybody's like, you got it. I'm like, no, I don't.
Yeah.
This is the hardest part.
Yep.
305 is good. 325 for Prevost. She's already got 315 in the bag. Hoping for another 10 pounds. She won't get it, but 315 is still good.
It's tricky.
That's good for third in the heat.
And in that lift, it's like you wanted to see good control out of the top, but then at the bottom, a little bit more let go, a little speed out of the bottom might have helped her just a touch to stand through that sticking point.
325 for Sungyeon Choi, and she won't be able to get it. So she's there at 310. And Alex, I'm looking around, not to get ahead of ourselves, but I see a 355 on the bar for Jen Muir.
There we go.
305 for Christina Livatidakis.
But she really saw that all the way through, though. She wasn't going to let go of that bar prematurely. She was like, nah, I'm going to make it bury me before I even bail on it.
300 on the bar for DeRoy. She missed 290 to start. Got 275.
There we go.
And 300 is good.
So her 290 must have just been like a lapse in timing or something like that, because that looked pretty good.
At these loads and this weight and how they feel, just the little thing out of balance can mean that bar's coming down.
Oh yeah, I use a big like hip reflex out of the bottom, and if I don't time that bounce right, it feels like 30 extra pounds on that bar. Oh, so close.
Ooh. 320 will still be good for Mikulishin. That's the second heaviest we've seen. Quintero, she's got 300 on the bar. She went 290, 295, and we'll stay with 295.
And that right there is the beauty of those straps and these racks that we're using right now.
And here it is, 355.
Let's go, Jen.
She's got it. Her last one was so good.
The rookie from Scotland, trying to add 10 pounds. And Jen Muir is making Alex Kazan look like one hell of an analyst right now.
All right,
give me Muir.
I actually feel guilty. I kind of forgot that she was so strong when I was thinking of who's going to hit 350. And yeah, that's so awesome. So maybe we'll see a few. That was really good. My first interaction with Jen was at FitFest, and she beat me in a clean, like, cycling ladder. And I was like, who is this girl?
Wait a second.
Little 10 for the weekend. We have 30 athletes competing. Does anyone have what it takes to hit 355? Annika Greer is competing for the first time in a long time. And it's been a long time coming. Let's more about her with Mike Arsenault.
Thanks, Chase. Yes, this is Annika's 5th attempt at qualifying for the CrossFit Games and the first time that she has qualified after a couple of near misses. She said, of course, she's happy that she's here, but this is not the culmination of her story. To her, this is just the beginning. So she enjoyed for a couple days the achievement of making the games, but she wants to make some noise on the leaderboard, and she can start by potentially working her way into the final heat. In terms of expectations for this event, she said 345 will be her second attempt, and then she will just as necessary from there, with seeing what the weights that were put up in heat number 1 that could make her very competitive in event number 5.
Thank you, Mike. Well, 355 is the number she should be looking at. Claudia Gluck, who's sitting in lane number 2, is sitting 12th overall. Gluck making her back-to-back appearance here at the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, sitting in 12th. That's where she finished last year. And, of course, with a listed back squat at 331, she's one of those athletes that we'll be watching. Will she farly surpass that? Will the fatigue get the best of her? We'll see what she's able to do in this event.
In that center lane, in lane number 6, you do have the 10-time Games veteran, Brooke Wells, 15th after 4 events. And Alex, seeing Brooke out here, she's been here so long, back in action again one more time, knowing it's the last time.
Yeah, I'm sure I hope she just gets to soak it up, and being removed, you kind of just realize how special the floor really is, and I can't imagine like knowing it's your last time. I'm sure she's feeling all the emotions.
How do you manage those emotions on the competition floor?
Oh, I've never retired before, Chase. I don't know.
But you've had emotions on the competition floor.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm pretty good at just moving through, whether it's good or bad. Usually you have to address those after.
Addie Canio will kick things off, opening up with 285 pounds. Talking about managing emotions, how about managing forest fires? Addie Canio.
Yeah.
I think squatting in front of a crowd of a couple thousand's no big deal when you're staring a blazing fire in the face as a career.
Yes, intensity is always relative, Chase, and that is true, even with life circumstance.
Maxine Neely saddling up to 295 for her first attempt.
Wow. You talk about speed in and out of the bottom. Now, what I'm looking for Neely is that I'd like to see just a little bit more control in that initial descend so that she can use that stretch reflex in the bottom with control. Otherwise, the weight goes up. That could lead to a little volatility there for her.
Abby Domit sitting in 18th. Is good at 305, so first 300 on the board.
Domit had a bit of a blend there. She got on the Oli shoes, but she's still using that low bar approach.
Annika Greer opening at 325. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Next.
Yeah, sounds like that 345, and then the jump's probably going to be a little big.
Lucy McGonigal.
And with the speed of that last lift, you wonder if she even goes more than what she planned on for her second lift.
285 for Lucy, youngest athlete in the field this year at the CrossFit Games.
So impressive. And she's so nice to boot.
Brooke Wells, 310 on the bar. .310 is good for Brooke. V. Sagafi, 300 pounds. Sagafi won event 3 last night with the pegboard and squat clean complex. She's been working on her strength. That was her biggest weakness for a long time that kept her out of the games, and it's what helped get her here. 260 for Alexis Raptis. 260 is good.
Easy work there for Alexis.
Claudia Gluck opening up at 315. Really know her more for her gymnastic prowess, but Gluck can squat.
Yeah, listed max at 331. Again, if she's open at 315, this looks good. Oh, yeah. That's an old max. That's 331. That's an old max.
That did not look like a max.
295 for Gracie Walton. 295 is good. 1 round down.
Okay.
3 total rounds here for the 1 rep max back squat as we work our way back to Hattie Canyo. Canyo going for 300. Had a successful first attempt at 285.
Great intentionality there by Hattie. I mean, she did a great job at controlling the descend, using that stretch reflex at the bottom. She got some good speed there and stayed with it through the middle.
Speaking of speed, Lexi Neely. 295 looked pretty light. Let's see what she does at 310.
Yeah, that was that quick descent, like you said, Adrian. I think that's kind of where you lose that stretch reflex.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard balance, right? Because especially with adrenaline and everything in the heat of the moment, it's like you got to have just the right amount of control before you use that speed.
Domit going for 320.
Wow, and then you talk about control.
That's control a little lower on the next one. That's close.
You're right. And that is what we're looking for. The judge's standard is going to be hip crease got to go below the top of the knee.
45. She called it. Yep. Now where she's going to go. The most we've seen is 355 by Jen Muir.
Yeah, do you think she's going to take a bigger jump to hopefully beat it, or play it like?
I put your coaching hat on. You just saw that lift.
I mean, I feel like for myself, when I'm like, now that when you get to like a certain understanding and level of the sport, like you're just trying to get the point. So like sometimes you got to put your ego on the door and make sure you hit numbers that matter. But depending if you have the room to play, like it might be worth it for her to go. You also have to keep in mind there's not going to be a ton of girls that hit 345, so she's already given herself a really good cushion.
Cool.
Rick Wells at 320. Greer's already moved herself into second overall. 355 is the weight to beat as Fee Sagafi sets up for 315. What a fight from Fee.
That's what like a 1 rep max looks like. That was her max.
Raptis setting up
your total line.
Raptis will get it. If you look behind her, it looks like 355 is on the bar.
Yeah.
for Annika's last attempt as Glut gets set for her second attempt at 3:35.
So this is now surpassing that listed max, at least that we've got as a reference. It's wild how quickly it changes, right? Like, 'cause that first lift looked so light.
3:05 for Walton. Oh,
That looked real easy. That looked almost easier than the first one.
Yeah, it did.
how often does that happen? You're warming up, you're in the corrals, it's maybe 15 minutes before you touch a barbell, and you come out here. Does traditionally that second attempt feel better than the first, even though it's heavier?
Oh yeah, I would agree 1,000,000%. Especially in a lift where like you have to go eccentric and up. Like that first one always feels kind of terrible.
Kanya will stick with 300. Neely goes for 3:05. Missed her last attempt at 3:10.
All right, we'll slow it down just a little. Maybe.
Oh, nice.
Good lift.
3:05 is good for Lexi Neely. It's 3:30
Doma got the hops before.
for Abby Doma.
Yeah, she knows. She's trying to call on all the energy and power that she can to make this lift. It's a long time under tension here for Abby. Good fight. She's got to be pretty pleased with that last lift. I thought that involved a lot of muster. Here we go.
Oh, that was so easy.
Look, she's upset. Literally, she's like, dang it. I should have went 365.
Yes, for all of us.
Yeah.
Easy to say in the booth, though. 3:55 is good for Greer. That'll still be good tied.
Is there a tie break for this event?
So the tie break, and that's what's important, is that the tie break is your previous lift that you hit.
Oh.
So if Muir had done 350 and hit 355,
So
that
they
would break the
tied
tie at
again,
345. Then you go back to the first lift.
And here we got Brooke. She's got 330 on the bar.
330 for Brooke Wells is good. And we haven't seen many smiles from Brooke this weekend yet, but we finally got one.
Soak it in, Ms. Wells.
Fee Sagafi. 2 times plus body weight.
Yeah, that would be an interesting stat to have their pound for pound percentages like at the end.
315 is still good for her. Raptis going for 290. Raptis won't get it. 325 on the bar for Glut, so dropped a little bit to hopefully get just a little bit more than her first lift. That's good for Glut. It's the 4th heaviest lift we've had so far after 1 heat. It's Gracie Walton. Goes for 315. And she gets it.
You talk about that unique sticking point. We almost saw one there. That was about to be pretty high.
Yeah.
She got out of the hole quite a bit before that bar started to slow.
I love the post-PR smiles, too, when people just get so excited.
So Greer will hit 355, which matches Muir, but Muir, it appears, has the tiebreaker for this 3rd and final heat after 4 events. So we'll go from 10th to 1st in order. And we'll kick things off with Miriam von Rohr in lane number 1. More on her. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, Chase, Miriam's one of the strongest athletes in the field and also the most secretive. Once this event was announced, she went out of her CrossFit Games profile and deleted all of her numbers to keep her numbers secret from the rest of the field. And even in the warm-up area, I asked her and her coach, what are her goal weights for this? They looked around, brought out a sheet of paper with all different permutations of what she might attain. And I asked, well, what would a PR be? And I was just told around 365. However, I did notice a 385 on that sheet as well. So we'll see if 100 points are in her future.
Olivia Kerstetter back for the second time. No stranger to heavy lifts at the CrossFit Games. Miriam Von Rohr, back-to-back CrossFit Open worldwide winner. Setting up with 325 to kick things off.
Okay. All right. Almost an akin execution to what we saw from Mr. Mertens on the men's side. Very vertical torso, pretty narrow stance. Clean and strong to start.
Haley Adams, 260 on a bar. Haley currently sitting in 9th overall. We'll get her opening lift. We said it before, it's that opening round. Just getting knocking the pre-cobwebs off even after sitting in the corrals for a bit, as Kerstetter has 310 on the bar.
Yeah, that's part of the gamification of coming to the CrossFit Games, is that you've got to learn strategy that's appropriate to prime you for these max lifts, because you've been standing around for 15 to 20 minutes prior to taking the floor after your warm-up.
300, opening lift from Maddie Sturt. Wow. Sturt sitting in 7th, 2 points behind 6th, 3 points back of 5th. 5 points out of 4th. It is getting very tight on the leaderboard as Danielle Brandon has 265 for her opening lift.
And that's a tough position to be in. We talked about starting fast. That's where it's better to start too light than too heavy in these situations.
Amy Kringle going for 275. She gets hit for Ariel Lowen. Ariel Lowen, as she normally does, sitting in 4th overall.
That's right.
And who notoriously does not max out in her training. However, she says she saves it for the competition floor.
And there's a unique mindset that is able to be garnered from Ariel. She has like this lightheartedness to her. Now, she's out for blood, don't get it wrong, she comes to win. But she just rolls with the punches so well that it's not a surprise to see her optimize her potential at the CrossFit Games.
Lydia Fish, 3rd overall, 265, looked very good for Lydia. The biggest knock on her coming in is the strength, as you see the Fishhead fans with her family, a huge family. 3 brothers, 1 sister. Tia Claire Toomey. We have not seen someone take the leader jersey from her in competition since the 2nd event of the 2019 CrossFit Games. Lucy Campbell donning the red and the white for the first time in her career. Opening up at 285. 285 is good for Campbell.
Looked great. Good, clean opening lift right there. That's how you build confidence.
Round 1 is done as we move to round number 4. 340 on the bar.
Yep.
For Miriam Von Rohr. Her 325 is already good for 5th in the event.
Yep. She's priming herself, Chase. That was a great number for her to say, okay, this is where I'm going to pivot, or I need to go this way or that way. Now she's eyeing, what's the best score right now on the leaderboard? I'm going to get that.
So she had 325. We know the best is 355.
Yep.
325 to 340 is a 15-pound jump. That means she's going to have to jump another 20 if she wants to win. But maybe that's not what she's going for. Haley, unable to get 270.
There's something to be said with the way these athletes execute. I'd like to see Haley keep her head a little bit more neutral from a coaching perspective to help her stay stable through her midline as she stands through the weight.
Kerstetter will get 325. 340 for Von Rohr is good for 3rd. We have a tie in weight at 355. In your top two spots is Sturt. Sets up for 315.
Now 300 was easy for Maddie. Pretty smooth there at 315.
Danielle Brandon opened at 265 and missed it. She's now dropped down to 255. That is good for Danielle Brandon.
Okay, so now she's got some weight on the board. Now she's in a bit of a pickle. This is a harder choice to make now because of that opening missed lift.
Kringle got 275 in her first attempt. Now going for 290. Yep. 290 is good. This event's sponsored by Lu Zhongjun Lifters. $3,000 on the line for a win. $500 if you wear the lifters. As Ariel Lowen,
she got it,
gets 290.
It's like if you didn't know better, every lift for her is a max effort. Like, just awesome. She's so happy every time.
Lydia Fish hit 265 nicely as she moves up to 280. Lydia, hey, girl, get some confidence. You look good out there. One more lift for Lydia. She tries to hold on to that third place position. Tia Claire Toomey also going for 325. Toomey just 2 points away from getting that leader jersey back.
Chase, we know she's focused a lot on endurance. She probably wouldn't admit that this is naturally a peaked lift for her right now. So she's banking on reserves, to be quite honest.
325 is good. And that has Toomey tied for 6th as Campbell sets up for 295.
Yep.
295 is good for Campbell.
She looks at her judge like, well, we got it.
Final round, here it is. 360. 355, we've seen twice. 360, you only got to do once. Miriam Van Roer should take the event. 265 for Haley.
Got it.
265 is good. Kerstetter going for 335.
She tells everyone, I'm good. I'm good. With the listed max at 320, that would have been well above Olivia's listed previous max. We know that's not something that she's necessarily focused on developing. But wow, that would have been impressive.
325 for Maddie Sturt. This is big for her, and she gets it. A couple 325s on the board, and that puts her in a tie for 6th. 265. This is what Danielle Brandon missed on her opening attempt. Night and day from lift 1 to lift 3. Amy Kringle rocking the Lu Zhongjus. If you're looking for a serious upgrade in your lifts, save 15% on Lu Zhongju shoes. Scan the QR code now or head to luzhongju.com and grab you a pair. And that pair of shoes paid off for Kringle.
That's right.
And she's got 300 in the bag and 500 for wearing the shoes.
And she looks surprised that it went down, so 300 is a solid number for Amy Kringle.
295 for Ariel Lowen, who's sitting in 4th.
Really close, almost had it, started to shift a little to her right, decided to let it go. Probably a wise choice.
Fish hit 280. She's got 290 on the bar. That would tie her with Lowen, who's trying to chase her down for 3rd place solely, and she's not able to get it. So 280 for Lydia Fish. Tia-Clair Toomey for 3:35. She'll get her into fourth if she can hit it.
This is a big squat for Tia. This is going to tie a previous best in 2020 if she hits it, and she does.
3:35 looking very good for Tia-Clair. As Lucy Campbell setting up for 3:05. Tia looking over. 3:05.
Wow.
Miriam Von Rohr. We were wondering if we were going to see it. And we got what we came for, 360.
300.
We'll take the event. Mike, your lane assignments for heat 1 of 3. Going back to heats of 10. And we talked about athletes that are making their 10th appearance at the CrossFit Games. Yona Koski is one of those 3. You have Brooke Wells, who has announced her retirement. Tia-Clair Toomey has hinted at that, but we are not sure yet, as we are just halfway through the competition. And your Vision Fuels victory athlete to watch, Yona Koski, in lane number 8. Now, Yona Koski, we're talking about a burpee box jump over race to the finish line. That's something in his wheelhouse.
That's right. When you're racing over any object and it's a short, sprinty type stimulus, he's going to have an advantage, and he's no stranger to high-level gymnastics.
Now, Bill Leahy, who's got springboards for legs, is another athlete to keep your eye on these burpee box jump overs. 35 cals on the skier.
And this is what we're looking at, Chase. How reckless are you willing to be to get to 35 first? It is going to be extremely difficult for athletes to exchange the lead once we exit these skiers. Now, to add to the challenge, of course, that vest they're wearing is approximately 22 pounds. It's not often that we find ourselves skiing intervals or skiing for meters in a workout with a weight vest on, and as you're hinging at the hip, that adds a little bit of something to it.
Does that extra weight actually aid in a movement like this?
It absolutely does. It increases our load, and as we do that and increase our overall body mass, it's going to help us create that downward action that we're watching these athletes go through on the skier. So while it adds resistance as we stand and extend at the hip on the way up, it does help us leverage to pull down.
Moritz Fiebig, you can see the calories being counted on the bottom left corner of your screen as we're just past the minute mark. Wow. Moritz Fiebig is done with 35 cals and onto the rig for 28 chest-to-bar pull-ups.
And this is where these athletes are going to have to really be calculated. Do you break? And if you do, it's got to be extremely fast.
Tell you what, counting chest-to-bar pull-ups has never been easier for the judge, because all you got to do is listen for it.
That's right. And the contact that the judges are looking for right there with that chest plate that's actually on the vest, which is nice. It shortens the distance that we've got to travel just a touch, but of course, the compromise is the extra 22 pounds.
The number to get to is 63, and now it is a race across the floor as there are 80 24-inch boxes spanning the length of the floor. Athletes will do 3 at each one. They have to step down on their first rep, step down on their second rep, and then as long as they clear the box and get over, they can do whatever they want to get to the next box, as Moritz Fiebig is 6 reps down.
And everyone seems to be moving pretty methodically here through these first few boxes. I mean, there's a lot of urgency. They're quick transitioning. You see Koski here towards the middle of your screen in the green shirt. He's smooth over the box. We're getting a great look at Fiebig here. He's pivoting as he goes over top of the box. It's one of the most effective and efficient ways to allow yourself to step down and still not lose time.
Bronislav Olinkowicz trying to move up to give Moritz Fiebig a race. But if you think about a short sprint across the floor, Moritz Fiebig is a name that's at the top of your list who may do well, as he's on the left side of your screen. On the right side, you see Isaac Newman in lane 7 and Yona Koski in lane 8.
Yeah, and what I like from Isaac right there in the middle of our screen is he's really leading with his chest on his burpees. It means on his second one, we'll see here as he faces the box, he really almost worms down, leading with his chest, not creating a lot of stoppage time for his arms as they slow him down.
Final 3 reps for Moritz, just past the 3-minute mark. The time cap is 6. They'll get a minute break after this, so the faster you go, the more rest you're gonna get. And Feebig will take heat 1 for event number 6.
Wow, and look at how tight that was there. It looks like Newman might have edged him out at 3:18.35.
Oh, Isaac Newman, what? Excuse me, sir. 3:18.35.
Leading with that chest on those burpees paid off. Leahy's across.
Athletes, once they get across the finish line, they will be able to dump the vest. As part 2, not part 2, event 7 will be unvested.
All right, so now this is it. This is the tough part, but these athletes are really gonna have their training and their fitness tested at this point. How well can you bring your heart rate down and calm yourself, find some way to get some reprieve for your upper body, allow the blood and the lactate to pull away from the muscles that are gonna be under high strain here in just a few minutes.
This is how close it's gonna be. We were thinking about this as soon as the event got announced last night. We were saying seconds matter all weekend long. Tenths of seconds are going to matter tonight. 3:18.35 for Newman, 3:18.98 for Feibig, and 3:19.40 are your top 3 times. 1 second separating 3 spots.
Yeah, and this is, I think, what we're going to see is a lot of this to come. Chase athletes watching this in the back saw exactly when Moritz Feebig was able to get off that ski erg, and they're going to say, okay, that's the time setter. What can I tolerate in order to be faster than that and still go unbroken on my 28 chest-to-bar pull-ups? And then it was here, I believe, that Moritz had the opportunity to really lay down the hammer there, but it was Isaac Newman leading with his chest and flopping to the ground on the burpees, and the sprint and urgency across that finish line is what got him that Heat 1 win. Right there here in event 6.
Got to be aware of your surroundings at all time. And the rookie Isaac Newman, qualifying out of the Torium Pro, gets a heat win. Now, once the time cap is hit of 6 minutes, which we are 30 seconds away from, they'll have a minute transition in between the two before we start event number 7. Now, this event is called Throttle Up into Hammer Down. And when you shed the vest, that's about all you're supposed to do in event number 7.
Yeah, listen, it doesn't get any easier. Taking the weight off, they might rather add the weight back on and do less bar muscle ups once they hit the reality of hanging from the rig.
1 minute reset as Isaac Newman has the time to beat for event 6. We get set for event 7. Now the event will start whether you're on your bike or not. The same rep scheme applies.
Yep.
But we have 2 different movements, and we're doing it without the vest.
That's right. Now we're going to introduce the Concept 2 stationary bike. They're going to do 35 calories on that C2 and then 28 bar muscle ups. It's a lot longer to cycle 28 bar muscle ups than it was those chest to bars, and that's going to be a deciding factor. They got to know when to break those up.
First time we've seen the C2 bike in competition for the individuals. And event number 7, Hammer Down, is underway. You got to hammer the pedals. You got to hang on to the pull-up bar. And then the race on the burpee box jump overs will be on, but you're not going to be fresh when you get there. Isaac Newman took the heat for event number 6. Can he double it up here in event number 7?
Jason, these guys all cycling pretty aggressively here. It's hard to read because really for us to have an understanding of the wattage that they're putting out, we'd have to see the dampers and all the things, but we get a beautiful shot of exactly where they're at. And they're just eating up these calories. Some of them almost getting a calorie a second there as they're just ticking by the low 20s at this point, already 46 seconds in.
Yonikos, he got 3rd in that heat. Again, it is close. 1 second for 3 spots between Isaac Newman, Janikowski, and Moritz Fiebig.
My prediction is that we'll see a touch more separation here from these athletes in the finish of this, and it's going to be due to the bar muscle ups, of course, different strategies at play, but they've got to really trust their fitness from a gymnastics point of view here. You can't just bike fast for no reason if you don't feel like you're going to excel at the bar muscle up. It's pointless.
Fiebig off the bike first. 28 bar muscle ups.
While this movement forces the athletes to travel a much greater range, going from all the way down to a fully supported position above the bar, it's a chance for them to steady and slow their heart rate. It's smooth, it's predictable. There's not a lot of violent hip drive early because they're all so physically strong in their upper body. It's more of a swing and a pull.
Passing the 10 rep mark. If you look at the top of your screen, we're also cresting the 2-minute mark. The rep count to get to is 63. As Peter Ellis takes his first break as Fiebig hangs on.
And Buckland was already down to his first break as well.
Fiebig, 10 reps left to go. Isaac Newman on the right side. Trying to see if he can double up here in event 6 and 7. Bill Leahy takes a break as well. Can Fiebig pull himself back in the lead on his second set? The number is 63, 5 more reps to go.
This is going to be that threshold / breaking point for a lot of the athletes in this event, Chase. I think that a lot of them have their eyes set on one big set and a smaller set to get to 28.
Fiebig has a second opportunity to not get sniped at the end. Peter Ellis has one more rep. He got called back to the rig in the bottom part of your screen. Enrique Morera is on to the burpee box and forwards along with Janikowski.
Here comes Koski with a bit more urgency, running to the boxes.
Fiebig did the same thing in event 6, where he led all the way to the last box, and at the last second, Janikowski and Isaac Newman had caught up to him.
Moritz still moving at a solid clip here. His burpee's a little bit more urgent than in that first scored event. You got to think he doesn't want to happen again what he allowed in that last one.
You see Moritz looking across the field, a bit more aware of his surroundings, as you said, than in event 6. 2 back-to-back score events, 200 points up for grabs in a span of 15 minutes. Past the 4-minute mark. Moritz Fiebig has 9 reps left to go. Janikowski, Bill Leahy, and Enrique Morera are trying to chase down Fiebig.
Yeah, Fiebig's doing his job. He's doing exactly what he needs to do in order to keep that distance between him and Morera. He's leading better with his chest than he was on the last round. He typically would lead with his hips, and then his chest would roll to the ground, and he's much more aggressive now.
Fiebig on the last box, upper part of your screen. And it happened once. And it's not going to happen again. Fiebig will take heat 1 of event 7.
Enrique Morera across the finish line. Bill Leahy with a full clear of that box.
Leahy's in. Koski's in. Right around the 5-minute mark. Time cap is 8 minutes.
Bill really made up some ground on Yona right there on those final burpees. Jorge Fernandez across the finish line. Olinkowicz, Peter Ellis across.
Tiago Lucis and Toby Buckland have 9 reps left to go. If you look at the back part of your screen, that is Isaac Newman. And the question was, with 200 points up for grabs, event by event, separated by 1 minute, is it worth sending one and hanging on for the other? And it looks like that is what Isaac's plan was the whole time.
And that's a calculated risk that athletes have to be willing to take. Know thyself. We've heard We've heard Bethany Flores teach us all that lesson throughout the course of this weekend and the time that we've got to spend with her. It's one of her favorite lessons as an athlete, probably as a human, but it's about understanding where you can get the most bang for your buck, or where the juice is worth the squeeze, as they say, when it comes to points accumulations. And for some, it's about full sending it, even if that's at a sacrifice of a lesser finish in the following event. It's buckling across the finish line.
Newman on his second to last box. Again, athletes will do 3 burpee box jump overs at each box for a total of 8 sections and 24 reps. Plenty of time before we hit the cap, as Newman is hoping it was worth the send in event 6 to see how that time stacks up for the next 2 heats. But Moritz Fiebig, consistency is always key if you want to excel at the CrossFit Games, as he gets second and first. Your lane assignments for heat number 2, as these are your middle 10 athletes of the 30 that are competing this weekend, and we have reseeded since the 1-rep max back squat. And your Vision Fuels Victory athlete to watch, Colton Mertens, put up a staggering 370 pounds, and if anyone needed 200 points more, I don't think anyone needs one more than Colton Mertens.
No. You said it. 570 on that back squat. It was crazy to watch. This is 4th individual appearance at the CrossFit Games. His best finish overall is 18th. Right now sitting in 15th. This still isn't where Colton expected to be this year, and I know this isn't where he wants to end up. He's going to come out hungry, and I expect him to make some moves in this combination of scores 6 and 7. But watch out for him on number 7, setting a mean score and a hard one to beat.
Another athlete that was in the top 10 and looking to maybe get back in before we start the final day, Kalian Souza has had himself a heck of a weekend.
Absolutely, consistency, sitting in 12th place, and this is his 3rd consecutive CrossFit Games.
$35 cals on the skier, 22-pound vest, and the race is to the rig. We saw in the previous heat, Moritz Fiebig was first to the rig, first to the box, but lost out on the last second on that final burpee box jump over to Isaac Newman. And Isaac Newman pulled a fast one and just sent event 6 and survived event 7.
Yeah.
Is anyone in this heat going to do the same?
I think everyone watching that has experienced tired burpees could relate to Isaac Newman there on that final stretch of those. So we understand where he was and what he was feeling. Probably a lack of body control. But the race has just started here for these men, and they are churning and burning through these calories. Very aggressive. We don't expect to see a ton of lead change. Like you mentioned, Chase, we saw just a slight amount towards the end of those burpees on the last one. They've got to get going here on the skier.
Now Mertens will probably be slower up the skier because Callum Clements is already to the rig, as he's 4 seconds ahead of the pace set by Newman. Now once Mertens gets to the rig, the race is on.
That's right. That short range of motion that he gets to pull with, as we're watching all these athletes execute a butterfly pull up, those feet coming forward as they pull their chin up and above the bar from behind. They got to make contact with the best breastplate of that vest.
The number to get to is 63. That's at the top of your screen. Callum Clements looks like he's going for it in this heat. He's on pace that Isaac Newman had at 143.
Here comes Mertens and Ty Jenkins, joined by the rest of the field.
Callum Clements in lane number 2, upper part of your screen, just past the 2-minute mark. Time to beat 318.35. After the 4th box, Isaac Newman was done at 2:57. And Callum Clements is on the 4th box.
And Clemens moving smoothly, but still very urgently, stepping up every burpee, making quick haste transition from box to box.
Clemens is ahead of the pace set by Newman. Looks like Colin Bosshard is trying to stick with him as Callie Souza on the right side of your screen isn't backing down just yet. 30 seconds before he hit the time to beat. Clemens, 6 reps left to go.
He's got to go. It's going to be close.
Last jump before the last box. 3 reps. 13 seconds left. It's going to be close. Can he get across the finish line? And Bossard, Mertens, Souza are in.
Wow.
3:17, the new time to beat. Bossard actually snuck in at 3:18.23.
Well, we talked about it being fast, and it's always fast at the end. These athletes only being separated by a matter of seconds.
Nick Matthews across the finish line. All athletes look to be done under the 4-minute mark. Now the time cap is 6. They'll rest until the time cap, and we'll have a minute transition. The question is Callum Clemens taking a page out of the Isaac Newman playbook?
And this is where you really have to lean heavily on your preparation. Optimally, these athletes have all experienced this in the build-up to the CrossFit Games, where they've completely sold their soul to a workout, rested with a very short turnaround, and still tried to give it the same type of intensity and approach. Because if you've done your history, you know you're likely up against some kind of back-to-back scoring system at the CrossFit Games.
These highlights by Rogue Fitness, and it was all Callum Clemens from start to finish.
Yeah, he did a great job having that urgency off the ski erg, and he watched that heat before knowing, hey, if I can take the lead here, it's all about sheer grit and fortitude, a bit of urgency on these burpees, and I can get the job done. And that's exactly what Clemens did here. Urgency with just the appropriate amount to edge out Isaac Newman from the last heat for event number 6.
Your results from heat number 2, Callum Clemens, 3:17, the first athlete to break the 3:18 mark. With Colin Bossard's time of 3:18, that marks 3 athletes at the 3:18 mark with another at 3:19. So your top 5 with Colton Mertens at 3:20 in heat number 2.
And you see the athletes chalking up strategically at this end of the floor so they don't have to worry about it as they sit down to that bike erg here in event 7 that's quickly approaching.
10 seconds before the 6-minute cap. Athletes will get 60 seconds to work their way down the floor and get set for event 7. Throttle up is done. Hammer down is next.
We've got a whole different workout worth 100 points, 35 calories this time on the C2 bike, 28 bar muscle ups, and then 24 burpee box jump overs. We understand the bar muscle up is where a significant amount of the time is going to be taken. We saw athletes in that last event, or last heat, accomplish the 28 in an average of 2 sets. It really just dictated on when and how long they broke.
Time to beat 4:43.70 by Moritz Fiebig in heat number 1. This is heat 2 with 1 heat remaining. $35 cals on the Concept 2 bike.
You notice a lot of these guys start with that standing start to rev up those RPMs and get the wattage a bit high so then they can ride the momentum created on that C2 bike. A lot of urgency here. They want to be one of the first athletes to the rig for the bar muscle up.
Holt Mertens, who desperately needs points. And a lot of these athletes are just on the outside looking in of that top 10 as we reseed going into the morning, and there is vital importance of being in that last heat going into Sunday.
This is the opportunity to make a lot of moves, and there's going to be a lot of unknowns. Even as we watch that final heat take the floor with those 200 points available, there's just going to be a tremendous amount of shakeup that is almost going to feel blind until all the athletes are through this double-scored event. These men have to have an understanding that if Mertens is going to beat them to the rig, there's going to be a small chance for them to have an opportunity to beat this guy. When he gets there, he's going to be threatening to be one of those athletes to rip off 28 in a row if it's possible.
Clemens is off the bike again, or at least off the machine first. But Mertens is much closer than he was after the ski erg in event 6. Tudor Magda on the right side of your screen, also on the bar muscle-ups. And there's one thing that Colton Mertens prides himself on. It's the ability to hang on to a pull-up bar. The time is now if Mertens wants to get himself back into the top 10.
Tudor Magda on the right in the cutoff blue has a really unique cycle rate. It's much faster than a lot of the competitors. He's choosing not to pause at all through the transition and press out right away. This is going to afford him, I'm sure in his mind, hopefully, a little bit of time for that break that we just watched him take. But you'll notice his press out's just a lot faster at the top. It allows him to cycle reps a bit quicker.
Just past the 2-minute mark on the upper left corner of your screen. If you look at the hat on top as Mertens takes a break, the number to get to is 63. Mertens 8 reps away. Moritz Fiebig was done with the bar muscle-ups at 2:59. Mertens back on the bar. Even with the break, no one is yet to get close to him.
Boy, and this is where Clemens took a really long break right there, Chase. This is where you start to see the accumulation effects of taking the victory on that event 6 there to kick things off.
One more rep for Mertens. Can he get it? Squeezes it out, and now the race is on the box as he is 14 seconds ahead of pace. Mertens is not racing these 10 guys. He's racing the next 10 guys. He needs another event win in the most desperate way. Unfortunately, he has to do it by himself in the second heat.
And this is the climb that he's had from that slow start at a 26th spot. We've got a 20th, a 10th, a 19th, and a first. Where will these next 2 scores settle him on the leaderboard?
Moritz Fiebig, who has the time to beat in the upper left corner of your screen at 4:43.70. After this 4th box, he was at the 3:52 mark. Mertens, 15 seconds ahead of pace still.
Yeah, and this is the urgency you love to see from the athletes right here as Mertens really is digging deep, staying as low as he can to the box. It's a race to the ground every rep, Chase. This is where athletes can start to take things for granted. They flop down. Colton is attacking the ground after every repetition. This is going to set him apart from the score to beat.
Mertens on his 6th box. There's 8 in every lane on the floor. 6 more reps to go for Mertens. Just past the 4-minute mark. 30 seconds stands between Mertens and a new time to beat. Colton Mertens, with one more box jump, has to get across the finish line. And there you go, heat 3. Have fun with that. 4:27.63. Ty Jenkins trying to get away from Chris Ibarra.
Wow. A little synchro action there from the boys to finish the event.
17/100ths of a second between Ibarra and Jenkins, as Moritz time will at least stand for 4th best in the event with 1 heat left to go. Bossard's in. Callum Clemens still hanging tough for us, so definitely not sending the full event 6 and trying to hang on here in event 7.
Zanoni, Captain Jack, Souza.
Souza's in.
Now.
Magda. One athlete left on the floor, that is Nick Matthew.
Did we learn some lessons, Chase? Do you hold back just a touch now after seeing all the rest of the athletes take the floor for event 6? Are you like, okay, I want to finish second in my heat on that one so then I can come back and do the thing?
Colton Mertens sets the time to beat for event number 7. Here are your highlights, Mr. Mertens. Assignments for your third and final heat. Your top 3 on the leaderboard will be in lanes 5, 6, and 4. And the man in lane 4 is your 2-time CrossFit Games champ, Justin Medeiros. With more on him, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Thanks, Chase. When Justin won his titles back in 2021 and 2022, he was the model of consistency, and he's lacked that the last couple of years. But now, for the first time in a couple of years, he finds himself on the podium this late in the competition, and he's reeled off 4 consecutive finishes in the top 10, and both Event 6 and Event 7 line up very well for him. We'll see if he can make it 6 in a row as he looks to return to the podium for the first time since 2022.
Lines up very well for 2 other athletes as our Vision Fuel victory athletes to watch. That is Jason Hopper and Roman Krennikov.
The big fellas came to play, and they're going to like the looks of this skier with 20 extra pounds on their body, Chase. I'm looking at both of these guys as an all-out race to be one of the first men off the skier and try to lead the rest of Event 6. We'll see how it plays out.
Jason Hopper back in the lead with 20 points. Jeff Adler did not have the squat we are accustomed to seeing, but perhaps he has a little left in the tank with 200 points up for grabs. Heat number 3 underway. 35 cals on the skier. Your top 10 athletes. After 5 events, we are cresting the halfway point, and we're doing with back-to-back events here in event number 6 and event number 7. Roman Krennikov sitting outside of podium position in 4th place with 365 points. Justin Medeiros holds that 3rd place position, 27 points more than him. But if anybody can crank on a skier and hang on to a pull-up bar, that's Roman Krennikov.
That's right, and if people weren't paying attention to how he got here, they can go back and watch the final at the Mayhem Classic on one of the ways that he was able to accumulate a lot of points is by going unbroken on big sets of bar muscle-ups with bikers. So he lines it up, and he's willing to risk it for the biscuit, as they say, on a workout like this, as we see Jason Hopper already accumulating well past the 30-calorie range.
The time to beat is set by Callum Clemens at 3:17. He was off the skier at 1:04. So Krennikov, everyone, is about 4 seconds behind Clemens.
And here we go. These butterfly pull-ups are no problem for any of these athletes in this final heat. They're all going to go 28 unbroken. Who can be the most efficient with their range of motion? Meeting the minimum standard is going to be hitting that vest right on the top of that bar.
Event 6 and 7 is presented by the U.S. Border Patrol. The U.S. Border Patrol is hiring. Make an impact. Be an agent of strength. Apply now at cbp.gov/CrossFit as Dallin Pepper is onto the box. But it is James Sprague all the way down in lane number 10, doing James Sprague things. Your 2024 CrossFit Games champion, wasting no time trying to get ahead of the pack.
Yeah, we like James Sprague in any erg event, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Fast through the pull-up bar. He wore his vest a little bit loose, Chase, which allowed him to travel a lesser distance to make contact with that pull-up bar.
And what he really needs to do is he needs to be ahead of that 2:26 mark after this box. And he's 5 seconds ahead of the pace by Clemens. Sprague needs 100 points here. He's 5 seconds ahead of the pace and about 10 seconds ahead of the field. 9 more reps to go for James Sprague. Six burpee box jump overs left.
No time wasted in transition between the boxes. James is making a very clean run here.
It's a race between James and the clock. And he has 20 seconds to set the time to beat. James Sprague was sitting in 10th, but not much longer because he just got 100 points.
Garrard's across, 314.
Garrard needed that. All these athletes needed that. Justin Medeiros is in. And Hopper looked like he got out-sprinted by about 3 athletes right at the end.
And Jay Crouch was one of them.
And that is huge for Jay Crouch. We talked about this event coming down to tenths of seconds. James Sprague gets first in the event.
Okay.
Hopper getting out-sprinted at the finish, got 17th in that event. Keep in mind, there are 30 athletes competing. A 17th place finish is 39 points. Crouch, a 16th. There was a big gap between your top 4 and the next 6. Not anymore, and we got another 100 points waiting in the wings. Let's check out these highlights presented by Rogue.
Wow. Well, we were on it early. We were watching Roman. We were watching Jason. But there was another big fella in this heat by the name of James Sprague, who was handling business down to the bottom of the right of the screen here. First one to the burpee box jump overs, and there was absolutely no looking back for James. It was technical proficiency from rep 1 all the way through 24 on those burpee box jump overs, and he just wrapped himself up. An event win here at the 2025 CrossFit Games.
Adrian, if you wanted to ask me, name 5 athletes that make big points in a big way. Those names go James Sprague, Ricky Garrard, Dallin Pepper, Austin Hatfield. They also needed the guys chasing that some big losses, and we just had that in event 6. What was a 4-pack running away is now compressed, but who had the best overall? Justin Medeiros.
And that's what we like to see, Chase. We had a conversation walking through the halls of the MVP arena. And what we say it was time for? It's time to get desperate for some of these athletes. Some of these athletes that were on the cusp. This is the time to make your move, and they are making those moves right now, showing signs of desperation with high levels of execution.
Justin Medeiros finished the best of the guys, top 4 men, but it was still a 13th place position. So we have 100 more points on the board up for grabs. And with the way that event just went down, what was a big gap is now compressed. This could be a make or break event for everyone's podium hopes. It's only Saturday night.
Don't get me excited. It's only Saturday night, that's right. But this is the Saturday night. This is the big event, baby. This is what we came to see.
Every year at the CrossFit Games, Dave Castro has said this for years. There's an event that someone has a performance that shows you who the CrossFit Games champion could be. Could this be the event on Saturday night and this heat with some of the best athletes that all have a chance to stand on top of the podium? And this is what they have in store. 35 cals on the bike, 28 bar muscle ups, 24 burpee box jump overs. The vest is gone, and it's time to hammer down.
You saw from the previous heats, this is less about who's first off the bike and more about who's first off the bar.
It's not an echo bike, but can Dallin Pet. Jay Sprague is just about ripping the handle off the bike to get it going.
When you talk about desperation, that's what it looks like, Chase. That's hunger and desire there. James does a lot of interval-based training at really high intensity. He's got a great aerobic base, and his coach knows that he got to dose him up with power and strength work, and that comes in the form of a lot of repeat intervals just like this. We could be seeing that pay off in this back-to-back with 6 and 7.
The time to beat is set by Colton Mertens in heat number 2. Mertens was off the bike in 112, but that is not where he made up his time. He made up his time on the bar muscle-ups. We know almost every athlete in this heat can dance on these pedals better than anybody else, but can they hang on to that pull-up bar?
And the answer, and if we're comparing to Colton Mertens, not quite as good as Colton because that cycle rate is almost impossible for a lot of these young men to match. But they could probably get close to matching that rep scheme. They're going to have to have a lot of urgency in getting off this bike faster than he did.
You're going to see a lot of athletes off the bike at near the same time as we are past the 110 mark. Behind the pace of Mertens, but it is Dallin Pepper who is to the pull-up bar first.
Pepper with also a fast lockout at the top, a little bit faster than what we see as close to us as possible here from James. James almost rests on the rig, then presses out. Dallin Moore pressing out as he rises above the rig itself.
Past the 90-second mark, clock in the upper left corner of your screen. The rep counter is at the top of your screen. The number to get to is 63. Jason Hopper took a 17th place finish in that last event.
There's going to be a lot of shakeups here between the 6 and 7 score. These 200 points are, as we've alluded to, very impactful for tomorrow's lineup.
Colton Mertens got to 55 before he took a break. Pepper's at 54. The time check is 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Pepper has 9 reps to go as Sprague takes his first break. Don't sleep on Ricky Garrard over in lane number 1 as he's trying to keep pace with Pepper.
Hatfield drops for a break. Adler's down.
Handful of reps left to go. Pepper took a break.
Yep.
Can Ricky make his move here? Ricky's got to hold on for 2 more. James Sprague's at the bottom right, also takes a break. And it is Ricky Garrard. Ricky Garrard.
He's got a full 2 reps on Dallin right now.
Took second in the event, in event 6. Garrard has to have this if he wants a chance to chase his dream, and that's to stand on top of the podium at the CrossFit Games. Ricky Garrard's currently sitting outside of a podium position as he is in 9th place. He needs these points in a big way, but he's starting to get reeled in. After the 4th box, Mertens was done at 3:38.
Ricky put on some amazing performances at the semifinal level in the in-affiliate testing stage, and he's doing it now.
Ricky has 3 boxes left to go. That means 9 reps. Make that 6 reps. 30 seconds, and Ricky could have himself a monster evening and have all the momentum going into Sunday. Time to beat 4:27. 1 rep left for Ricky, and it is a Ricky Mack attack. Garrard takes hammer down. Here comes Dallin Pepper. He needs this just as much as anybody else.
Oh, and we've got a showdown behind Pepper.
Justin Medeiros just got a no rep. And Roman's in. Sprague. Hopper. Medeiros.
Wow.
Now that might have been a tough no rep for Medeiros.
Tough one for Pepper too. He was shaping up to be second in that heat.
Mertens should hang on to 2nd overall in the event. James Sprague gets 1st and 3rd. Ricky Garrard gets 2nd and 1st. Harry Lightfoot just trying to hang. And boy, oh boy. Get your calculators out because this leaderboard. Your lane assignments for heat number 1. We have 3 total heats of 10. As we're closing things out here tonight on a Saturday in MVP Arena. Your vision fuels victory athletes to watch. Sung Young Choi competing in her 4th CrossFit Games.
Yeah, she comes here as a tenured athlete now. 4 times at the CrossFit Games, finishing 24th last year in 2024, and looking to finish in a higher placing every single year. Right now, sitting in 26, she's got to put herself higher on the leaderboard.
And you have Maria Camila Quintero, and this is her 2nd time competing. She hasn't qualified as an individual since 2019.
Yeah, she's one of those great athletes, Chase, that has towed the line on both sides. She was a team athlete 3 times, and now here's an individual again.
Event number 6, no change in reps between the men and the women. We don't often see that when we talk machine work.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where we understand because we're stationary, moving mass is a huge advantage. So what we're asking is that the women are essentially responsible for a touch more work, being that often in stature and in body weight, they compare in smaller size than the athletes for the most part, and that's going to demand more work for them to accomplish that 35 calories on the ski erg. Still going to be an all-out race, but probably going to hit that at just a touch slower tempo.
Does that make the first part on the machines more important to the success in this event?
I think that what we'll see is more variability. I don't know that it's any more important, but I do believe that there will be a greater disparity in the time off from the first athlete to the last here, especially as we sequentially go through heat after heat, making our way closer towards that heat 1, or heat 3, I'm sorry.
Past the minute mark. Some of our athletes have little less than 10 cals remaining. Mariana Meza, one of those athletes. The number to get to is 35. After the ski erg, they'll advance to the pull-up bar for 28 chest-to-bar pull-ups, wearing that 16-pound vest.
Now, a better consideration here, Chase, is will we see them break up the reps of the 28? We didn't see one male intentionally break off for the 28 chest-to-bars. Will the women have a different approach?
First to the rig is Mariana Meza on the left and Alexis Raptis on the right.
Both moving extremely fluidly through those butterfly chest-to-bar pull-ups. We see DeRoy there in the middle of our screen right beside Raptis.
The number to get to is 63, and Raptis will be done. She's onto the box at the 2:15 mark. 24 burpee box jump overs at 20 inches.
Remember, that standard is that these athletes have to do 3 burpee box jump overs at each box before advancing, and they have to step down until that 3rd burpee box jump over, in which they can clear the box however they'd like to advance forward.
Alexis Raptis and Mariana Meza still side by side as they are 6 reps in, working on the set of 9. All athletes will do 3 burpee box jump overs, and there are 8 boxes. There are 80 boxes on the competition floor. We are past the 3-minute mark. Alexis Raptis in the yellow shoes in the center lane. Past the halfway point on these burpee box jump overs. Mariana Meza on the left in lane number 1 is not going anywhere. Alexis Raptis, 9 reps left to go.
And this is where that 16 pounds of excess weight starts to feel a lot more heavy on your triceps and your shoulders as you press out every rep of one of these burpees.
Time cap 6 minutes. As Raptis has 6 more burpee box jump overs to go.
No slowing for Alexis, looking great on these burpee box jump overs.
Raptis is on her final 3. Approaching the 4-minute mark. 2 minutes till the cap. She's not going to need it, but she will set the time to beat. 4:05.33 for Alexis Raptis as Meza dives over the finish line to try to out-sprint Sungyoung Choi. Adecanyo's in. Now the men didn't need it, but that time cap is going to come into play potentially on the women's side.
Yeah, we're going to see some athletes come very close to that 6-minute mark here. We talk about the difference. A lot of that difference was made up there on those calories on the ski erg. DeRoy still navigating her final burpee box jump overs here. And she's across. Unofficially 450 for DeRoy. Mayha still maneuvering through.
Yeah, 1 minute before he hit that 5 or 6 minute cap. Mayha is done. We have 2 athletes left on the floor. Make that one. Quintero's in. And Luisa Marquez. Athletes can shed the vest and get as much recovery as they can until we hit the 6 minute cap, and then they will have 60 seconds to get across the floor and get set for event number 7.
And right now, Alexis is trying to put as much effort and energy into recovery as possible. You'll notice her shaking her extremities. She's trying to flush away as much lactate as she can. That's the burning sensation that starts to accumulate. Anytime we really start to go through any physical activity or exertion that is towards our threshold, which means you're pushing hard, you're going to get that accumulation. And she's trying to shake it before it's time to sit back down on that bike and get after it.
So yeah, these highlights presented by Rogue Fitness.
Yeah, it was Alexis Raptis early in this event. She came out aggressive on the ski erg. We had a little bit of back and forth all the way through the chest bar, but Alexis with her smooth and fluid movement, I mean, extremely efficient in her gymnastics. And then it was her willingness to lean in and suffer on the burpee. She started to create a bit more a separation between her and Marina Meza. And she was the first one across the finish line.
And the question is, can she repeat this performance for event number 7? Raptis, 405.33, with Mesa 6 seconds behind her. Event number 7, same reps, different movements.
Different movements, and it's a short turnaround. 35 calories this time on the C2 bike. That's why we saw Alexis shaking out those legs, getting ready. 28 bar muscle ups and 24 burpee box jump overs.
Heat 1 of 3 for event number 7. 35 cals on the Concept 2 bike. As we get an idea of whose strategies were what, we've seen a variety of on the men's side. Sending the first one and surviving the second, as Alexis Raptis is hoping to have a back-to-back good performance. Hasn't had the games that we know she wanted.
Yeah, doesn't look like herself, Chase. You know, when we think about the fitness that she's amassed through her years, when we think about what she can do at a high level, even under pressure, just doesn't look like the athlete that we're used to seeing show up here. Now, it could be an off day or two, and we're going to start to see that. This is a great opportunity, though, for her, again, to reconcile some of the points in regards to a deficit of where she's sitting.
Sungyeong Choi, who closed hard on those last 24 burpees. He's trying to chase down Alexis Raptis and Mariana Meza. And 4-time CrossFit Games athlete. Actually qualified out of Wadland Fest this year. He's out of the Republic of Korea. Goes across at Limelight. There are a lot of fans at home cheering her on.
Raptis only 3 calories left, now down to 2. Good forward lean. Notice that her elbows are bent there. She's leaning on her arms in a forearm position so that she doesn't have to waste energy in her triceps. Bent move.
Raptis is on the rig. On about the 148 mark. Adecanyo and Sungyeong Choi close behind. The number to get to at the top of your screen is 63. As we are just past the 2-minute mark here in event number 7, heat number 1. Emily DeRoy on the left side of your screens on her bar muscle-ups, along with Sierra Meja. Carolyn Prevo on the left side of your screen as well. All athletes on the rig. 28 bar muscle-ups. Raptis at the top part of your screen. 14 reps left to go. She's at 49 total. The number she needs to get to is 63.
This is her second break. We saw a lot of athletes on the men's side break this once, perhaps twice, so did it in 3 different sets. A lot of the women might take 1 to 2 extra breaks, and it's all about how they manage and anticipate that. They want to push, but can never reach failure, otherwise they're going to have to stand around a lot longer to recover.
Raptis has about 9 reps left to go. On the right side of your screen, Hattie Canyo is closing the gap, and she is matched up with her. Just as Raptis is back on the rig, but those reps are looking hard to come by.
Much more labored for Raptis there. Yeah, you'll notice, Chase, she's having to drive much harder with her lower body to get the transition, and then even wait for her heels to come up to help her triceps lock out each rep. But she made it for that set.
4 reps left for Raptis. Mariana Mesa, you can see at the top part of your screen, is 1 rep behind her. Hattie Canyo 2. Raptis back up to the rig. Can she hang on and get to the box? We're at the 4-minute mark. The time cap is 8. 1 more for Raptis, and she is off. 24 burpee box jump overs. No vest this time. Mesa's off. 2 reps behind Raptis. They'll do 3 at each box and advance forward for 8 total sections.
And this is where Raptis, as a veteran, is going to know all the other women are just waiting to see what the time to beat's going to be, and she's got that internal drive. I got to go regardless of where everyone else is, regardless of how many reps ahead she feels. She's got to push her internal threshold. She's got to max herself out right now.
Maxing out was no more apparent than we saw in that men's final heat previously. Honestly, as an athlete, that's not something I want to see before it's my turn.
No. You don't want to see that at all, Chase. That is very similar to akin if you and your sibling are both lined up for spankings and you watch your sibling get the spanking first, and then you know what's coming.
The classic, you're with your partner and you're in the gym. It's like, do you want to go first or me? You never want to go first until it's your time to go second. Christina Lividakis has moved into 3rd place. She's on the right side of your screen. Is Alexis Raptis in the center lane, still holding on, a 2-rep lead over Mariana Mesa, who's in lane number 1. Six more reps for Raptis. She's starting to extend her lead a little bit on Mesa over in lane 1 on the left side. 3 more. Caroline Prevost in lane 2 is trying to pass Mesa. 2 more reps for Raptis. Final burpee over the box. And Raptis goes back to back in 6 and 7.
Wow, Lividakis with amazing cycle rate on her burpees. Made up a lot of ground there.
Prevost sneaks in just ahead of Christina. And let the fire drill begin. Little stop, drop, and roll on the finish line. 90 seconds before we hit the 8-minute cap. Quintero's done. Better finish in 7 than she had in 6. Same thing with Luisa Marquez.
Yep.
On the left side, you have Emily DeRoy. And then on the right, Syria Meja.
What we even saw, Chase, and talked about, was it a good idea to come out and win, or do you want to leave a little in the tank? Alexis Raptis was the first one to do that. Take back-to-back.
Meja's in. 40 seconds until the cap. Two athletes left on the floor. One of those is Emily DeRoy. The other is Sungyoung Choi. Sungyoung Choi Looks like she put all her eggs in the Event 6 basket.
We knew she was coming on strong at the end with those burpees. And right now she's just paying the price. Not one that she probably wouldn't exchange anyways. She knew what she was getting herself into.
And that'll do it for heat number 1. As Alexis Raptis goes back-to-back at Event 6 and Event 7. Starting with Event number 6 presented by Border Patrol. Your start list for heat number 2. And in lane number 2, out of Scotland, Jennifer Muir took a second place finish in that last event. More on her. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Thanks, Chase. Yeah, Jen is one of 4 female athletes from the UK in her first appearance at the Games. And she had a bit of a struggle on day 1 of the competition, but as you mentioned, a second place in the back squat, 355 pounds. Can she build on that for Event 6 and Event 7? Well, while she was warming up for these 2 events in the warm-up area, she's dealing with a blister issue on her hand. So that will make the chest-to-bar pull-ups and the bar muscle-ups that much more difficult. Of course, she has some grips on her hands that will help alleviate that a little bit, but look for potential hand issues for Jen throughout these next 2 events.
Thank you, Mike. And our Vision Fuels victory athletes to watch, Lexi Neely, who had an event win last year at the 2024 CrossFit Games, looking to make a move back up the leaderboard here in event number 6. Haley Adams has not had the cleanest run so far, but she has 2 opportunities to get back to business. 35 cows on the skiered, 28 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 24 burpees over the box, all wearing that 16-pound vest for event number 6.
As we watch these athletes, you want to maximize 2 things. One is your stroke rate, so that means you want to hinge down and stand up quickly. But the other is your stroke power. You have to pull down with ferocity, sending the hips back and down, driving through your heels every time and reaching high with those straps. That is how you get the greatest reward on the skiered.
Just past the 40-second mark. We just watched Alexis Raptis in the previous heat go back-to-back. The only athlete to do so far. Raptis was done with the skiered at the minute 42 mark. The running clock in the upper left corner of your screen, we are past the 1-minute mark as Fee Sagafi is at 20 cows. A lot of athletes to keep your eye on. Fee Sagafi, Abby Domet, Claudia Gluck. Claudia Gluck actually had a fantastic performance last year in the finale with 2 back-to-back events. And this is an opportunity to get yourself into the top 10 going into Sunday. Holding on to that 11th place position, tied in points, is Claudia Gluck and Brooke Wells.
Yeah, and Brooke's going for it. Haley's going for it. Danielle Brandon also going to be close to getting off, but it's Haley Adams leading the way.
Adams to the rig first. She's in the left side of your screen in lane number 3. The time split off the pull-up bar is 2:13. The time to beat as we're past the 2-minute mark, set by Alexis Raptis, is 4:05.33. Your top 5 times in heat number 1. Said Raptis holds your top time. Men's at 4:11 and 4:13. If it's anything like the men, seconds are vital as Haley Adams is back to the box and Brooke Wells got a no rep.
Yeah, costly, especially on that last rep.
Danielle Brandon in between Haley Adams and Brooke Wells.
McGonigal going rep for rep right now with Haley Adams.
McGonigal down in lane number 9 on the far right side of your screen as Haley Adams is keeping pace and moving ahead. Here comes Danielle Brandon. When we get to the box, it's more about grit and athleticism.
And McGonigal right now on the right of your screen is the one showing the most urgency. Her transitions over the box, she's keeping her hips low, and she's diving right to the ground to get that plate down with her chest to follow.
We're at the 4th box of 8. Alexis Raptis, who's at 3:08, and so is Danielle Brandon and Haley Adams. Lucy McGonigal has now pulled ahead. McGonigal on the far right side of your screen in light green. The youngest athlete in the field is trying to keep ahead of Danielle Brandon and Haley Adams. She's got about a second on her. She has 30 seconds to get 4 more. Make that 3. And Lucy McGonigal has an opportunity to set the time to beat with Danielle Brandon breathing down her neck. McGonigal will do it.
Wow. Brandon made a strong push there at the end on those burpee box jump overs.
Brandon is in. Fee Sagafi. Haley Adams in Raptis' time is good enough for 4th overall. Still have 1 heat remaining. So Lucy McGonigal.
Abby Domitz across there.
Takes the time by 10 seconds over Raptis.
Yeah, you talk about the power of cycling reps. Folks, this is a great reminder. Efficiency on how you do something really matters, as that was the separator between her and Haley Adams and Danielle Brandon, as she pulled away on those burpees because hers were simply faster. All these athletes are out there giving their all. She was committed to great technique that kept her low to the ground, and it really paid off.
All athletes are done. There is a 6-minute cap in event 6, and we have 1 minute left before we hit the cap. Then there will be a 1-minute transition before we start event number 7. Was the game plan get the points when you can get them? Highlights presented by Rogue.
And this is where the race really began. Of course, everyone came out aggressive on the ski erg. It was Haley that led the way, ahead by a few steps on the rest of the field, quickly joined by Brooke, Danielle, and the rest of the heat. Smooth on the chest-to-bar pull-ups, but it was Lucy McGonigal about 2 boxes in, 5 to 6 reps where she was able to garner a lead. But then there was also a late push by Danielle Brandon, who was specifically very quick to the ground on the latter 12 reps or so, but Lucy was able to hold her off here and finish across that finish line.
Lucy McGonigal takes the heat. She also might have the record for the fastest unvesting we've seen from any athlete.
Get it off me.
In the field. The youngest athlete in the field from Ireland sets the new time to beat in event 6. Can she recover and repeat for event number 7? Hammer Down, presented by the United States Border Patrol.
Well, as you mentioned, she could win an award for stripping the vest the quickest, and it's because all the athletes get to remove it for this next piece. 35 calories now on a C2 bike, 28 bar muscle-ups, which is going to be a huge deciding factor, and 24 burpee box jump overs to finish. This one has an 8-minute cap.
Alexis Raptis also holds the time to beat at 6 minutes, 0.39 seconds. Danielle Brandon took second in that heat. Good enough for second in the event. One more event to go for heat number 2. 35 cals on the C2 bike. 28 bar muscle ups and 24 more burpee box jump overs. The vest is gone. As Brooke Wells and Claudia Gluck are sitting in 11th and 12th on the leaderboard, tied with 266 points. After all the ups and downs for Brooke Wells, she still has an opportunity to get inside the top 10 going into Sunday.
Yeah, Chase, on that last event 6, she got a pretty costly no rep, finishing her chest to bars, having to get called back to actually reconcile a missed rep at the end. And she was still able to finish with a really solid time in that heat. And now she's got to take full advantage of another opportunity at 100 points here.
Raptis was off the bike at 1 minute and 42 seconds. What's wild is that it also took her 1 minute and 42 seconds to do the ski.
Was that intentional? Was it luck? Either way, it plays out really cool. and really highly executed for Alexis.
Haley Adams taking a peek over, trying to see if she can see what Danielle Brandon is biking at. Has about a 3 cal lead. You can see these signs just in front of their bikes. 5 reps for Haley Adams. As Lucy McGonigal is not backing off the pace. McGonigal's done. 7 seconds behind Raptis' pace. Now we'll have to see how the bar muscle-ups look, because the muscle-ups got tough for Raptis towards the end.
Yes, sir. And they're both starting off strong, no hesitation. Get ready to work.
Your top 5 times from heat number 1. Raptis holds the time to beat at 6 minutes, 0.39 seconds. Lucy McGonigal, Haley Adams, first to the rig. 28 bar muscle-ups. The time split off the rig is 4:03 for Alexis Raptis. The number to get to at the top part of your screen is 63. As Lucy McGonigal is 17 reps away.
Yeah, ripped off 11 in that opening set.
Haley Adams back up on the rig. Jen Muir just to her left. And on the right side, Abby Domit has yet to come off the pull-up bar, and she ripped off a huge set of 17 reps to start her first set of bar muscle-ups in a very quick break as she's back up on the bar.
Yeah, very strong in her pulling mechanics.
Lucy McGonigal on your right, takes another break.
Lucy was flirting with that failure right there. She just got a no rip at the end, Chase. She's very quick at her lockout. It's 2 things. It's a great reward when you can do it well, but it's very costly when you get a no rep like that.
Claudia Gluck in the all green on the left side of your screen is trying her best to hold on for 1 more rep.
Wow.
And Gluck is done. 20 seconds ahead of Raptis' pace.
Gosh, I believe that was 2 sets there that she got that in.
1 minute and 33 second split for Gluck's bar muscle-up, but Domit is close behind as she was 11 seconds faster. The race is on. Gluck, Abby Domit. No one else is up. 1 more on the box. And that is Sydney Mikulishin, but it is a 2-horse race in the middle between Claudia Gluck and Abby Domit. Sydney Mikulishin on the left side of your screen is about 5 reps behind.
And Abby Domit, Gluck is feeling her presence throughout, seeing her at the corner of her eye. It's helping continually to push her pace, and also she's moving fast enough just to keep her at bay.
Gluck on the right has 9 reps to go. Lexi Neely on the left side of your screen, holding on to 3rd. 1 minute before we hit the time to beat by Raptis.
All these athletes trying to avoid the temptation of doing kickstand burpees, Chase. Kickstand meaning they want to put their hands down, pause for a second like it's a kickstand, then drop. You want to lead with your chest. You can reduce a tremendous amount of time, and it really adds up when you're doing a ton of burpees like this.
Last rep for Gluck, and she's in. Abby Domit also under the 6-minute mark. Left side in lane 1, Lexi Neely. Right side, McGonigal has moved ahead of Neely and has about a half rep lead on her. 1 more for McGonigal. She's in, right underneath the 6-minute mark along with Neely. Danielle Brandon is done. 2 minutes before we have the 8-minute count. Fee's in. Mikulichin stuck in just ahead of Haley Adams as Jen Muir is done with her last burpee box jump over.
Muir seemed to navigate that blister on her hand pretty well to be finishing this fast, to be honest. I didn't know what to expect when we got that report about battling that. When you're battling skin care on your hands and you got to do all those hanging reps, that's a huge obstacle to face.
Last athlete on the floor is Brooke Wells. She has a minute to get these last 9 reps. 2 solid back-to-back finishes for Lucy McGonigal, however. As we are less than a minute remaining, as Wells has 6 reps left to go.
It's one of those moments where Brooke, knowing this is going to be one of her last opportunities on the competition floor, trying to soak it up a little bit. Never a position a competitor wants to be in.
Got a Scott Panchik sighting in the crowd. And Brooke Wells is in just under that 8-minute cap as Claudia Gluck has set the time to beat in event 7 for heat number 2. Your lane assignments for the 3rd and final heat for women's event number 6. In lane number 5, back in the red and white leader jersey. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, we mentioned it yesterday that Tia has had an endurance focus in her training so far in 2025. However, still 335 pounds, good for 4th in event number 5, turning that deficit into a 65-point lead. 200 points up for grabs, though, in event 6 and event 7, so that lead is far from safe. We'll see if some of these ladies can bite into that lead over the next 2 events.
Your vision fuels victory athletes to watch. Obviously, we saw Tia go from -2 to +65. But she is not alone on the podium with Maddie Sturt sitting there in 3rd.
Yes.
35 cals on the skier. Starting things off, 16-pound vest. Now 2 athletes keeping pace, all from the same place. Maddie Sturt on the left, currently sitting in 3rd overall. Gracie Walton on the right, she's holding on to 10th. However, if we're talking about burpees over a box, there's no one better in the space than Gracie Walton.
If you don't have a memory back to what she did in 2024 in a workout called Firestorm, which is all that and then some, you better remind yourself, because she's going to be coming when it comes to getting over these burpees in a sprint-style workout. So you named it, Chase, and you're right. You got to keep your eyes out on her. But then Maddie Sturt coming up with all this momentum. We know that she spends so much time with Tia Claire Toomey, has adopted that mindset of a champion, and she's really showing that she's executing at that type of level.
35 cals on the skier. The time split here by Lucy McGonigal's 1:44. She has the time to beat. Lucy Campbell on the right side of your screen may not be wearing the leader jersey anymore after the back squat. However, still sitting solidly in 2nd place.
Yeah, and these women all rep for rep or calorie for calorie right now on the skier. Different strategies. Lucy showing a little bit of a slower cycle rate with more power. Tia more often with the strokes, a little bit higher turnover there. And again, it's calorie for calorie with Tia with a slight edge over Lucy right now, but they are not first off the skier. It looks like it is Amy Kringle.
Kringle in the all pink on the left. The time to beat, 3:55.56. That was set by Lucy McGonigal in the 2nd heat.
Wow.
She was
right there
off
in the middle of our
bar
screen
at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. The U.S. Border Patrol is hiring. Make an impact and be an agent of strength. Apply now at cbp.gov/CrossFit. Kringle is done and onto the box. Looks like Lydia Fish. And that is Olivia Kerstetter right next to her in the black. Tia Toomey, Lucy Campbell in the center 2 lanes. Toomey in the white and red. Campbell in the all light green.
Ariel Lowen right there with them all. This is going to be a tight one, Chase.
At the fourth box, McGonigal was done at 3:03. They're advancing to the fourth box now. All 5 athletes about a rep apart. And as Ariel Lowen on pace of Lucy McGonigal, can Amy Kringle, Olivia Kerstetter, Tia or Lucy Campbell get underneath it? Ariel Lowen still holding a slight edge on the far right side of your screen.
Here comes Tia and Lucy.
Ariel's to the box first. 6 reps left to go. She's trying to hold off 4 other athletes and the time to beat.
Lucy just got hit with a huge no rep. She jumped off the box on her second rep. You got to step down, so she's going to drop behind.
Ariel Lowen sitting in 8th is going to get herself 100 points in event number 6, followed by Tia Toomey. Lucy is done underneath the 4-minute mark, followed by Kerstetter. Kringle's in. Ariel Lowen did not hold back on those last burpees. Able to take the heat and take the win as Lydia Fish is finishing up her last burpee box jump over. Tia takes 3rd overall, as McGonigal's time is good enough for 2nd. Campbell takes 5th. Walton's in. Last in this heat, actually 24th in the event for event number 6, as we have about 1 minute remaining on the time cap and another minute reset before we hit our final event of the afternoon.
The champ doing champ things. She knows where she's sitting on the leaderboard. She's handling her business, focusing on recovery. If we get a shot there of young Willow.
Lydia Fish, 20th in event 6 after getting 9th in the heat.
There's the school of Fish. They're supporting their girl Lydia. Great execution there on Lowen on the latter half of that workout. She did exactly what she needed to do, and here is an example of our highlights. We thought it was going to be the lead coming off the ski erg that was going to set the precedent, but it was Amy Kringle who got off to that. First into the chest to bar pull-ups by a couple reps, closely followed by Olivia Kerstetter. It looked like we had a race really brewing between the 2 of them, and then they were joined by the rest of the field, but it was Ariel Lowen who was a bit displaced from that middle pack that was making a charge to the front. We had a little back and forth. Lucy got hit with a costly no rep there, jumping down from her box on rep 2. These athletes had to step down all those box burpee get-overs until the 3rd rep of each transition. But it was Mrs. Ariel Lowen that came across first, and then Tia Claire Toomey with a close second.
Your results for event number 6. Ariel Lowen will take the event at 3:52. McGonigal at 3:55, and Tia Claire Toomey rounding out your top 3 and 3:56. And event 7, heat number 3 underway. Final opportunities to get points here on Saturday night. 35 cals on the Concept 2 bike, 28 bar muscle-ups, and 24 burpees over the box. The weight vest is gone, and the intensity is up.
Yeah, the intensity's up. Lucy Campbell absolutely blistering these Concept 2 calories right now.
Lucy Campbell sitting in second overall. She has 357 points. Gave a few points back to Ariel Lowen, who's in 8th. But McGonigal is absolutely spinning those pedals.
Campbell.
Did I say McGonigal?
You did.
God, I thought I was going to have a clean run this weekend.
Hey, listen, and what I want to point out is that Lucy's one of the first athletes to reach the seated position. A lot of people stand up, they're trying to gain momentum. That should be a very short-lived period in order to get up the wattage and the momentum. Get to that high seated position so that you can become weightless and use your legs to lean forward over the pedals and really keep them churning.
Off the bike first. Saw the same thing for the skier is Amy Kringle. The time to beat set by Claudia Gluck in heat number 2 is 5:27.14. She was off the bike at 2:05. That said, she absolutely demolished those 28 bar muscle-ups, and that might have been according to plan as far as how she paced out the bike.
Right now, all these women looking really strong. We saw from the last heat, it's not a matter of if you break, it's when you break and how long you get on the ground and stay on the ground that dictates the outcome of this one. You got to get back up to the rig.
Your top 5 times in the bottom left corner of your screen: Claudia Gluck, Abby Domet, Lucy McGonigal, and Lexi Neely. 3 100ths of a second between 3rd and 4th. The number to get to at the top part of your screen is 63. Amy Kringle has 10 reps left to go. The time off the rig by Claudia Gluck was 3:39. Lucy Campbell on the far right side of your screen currently has 8 reps left to go, as Toomey and Kringle just passed her. Lucy on the right side of your screen, back up to the bar. Can she hang on for the rest of this set?
Yep, this is where Campbell has an opportunity to make her move right now.
5 reps left to go for Campbell. Left side of your screen, Kringle behind by 2. Toomey, 2 reps back as well.
That was it. Here we go.
And the race is on the box. Lucy Campbell is 7 seconds ahead of the pace set by Gluck. And we know how fast Gluck went. And we know how fast you need to go because the 7-time CrossFit Games champion is trying to run you down. Maybe a little retribution this morning for Tia Claire Toomey after what happened in event number 4. Past the 4-minute mark. Claudia Gluck was at 4:34 after the 4th box, and that is where Lucy Campbell is at the moment. And she is opening up the lead, not just on Claudia Gluck, but on Tia Claire Toomey as well.
And Tia knows exactly where she needs to be. She's looking at exactly where Lucy's settling with her pace on these burpee box jump overs, and Tia knows she just got to keep her close. With the point spread that she's got right now on first place, it's all about staying as close as she needs to, so there's very little to no gap between her and Lucy Campbell, and she'll be just fine.
Tia came in with a 65-point lead on Lucy Campbell, and Lucy Campbell almost popped off the box again.
And that's what cost her in that first event number 6.
3 more reps for Campbell. The time to beat's 5:27. That's not going to stand. And Lucy Campbell is going to get her 2nd event win of the day. Tia Toomey's final 3 reps. As the time to beat is 5:27 coming into this, and she will sneak right underneath that. As Amy Kringle's on her last 2 burpee box jump overs. Ariel Lowen on the right side of your screen on her final 2 as well.
Wow, going to be a great showing for Ariel.
Great back-to-back vents for aerial rowing. Miriam Von Rohr clears the box. Maddie Sturt is in. Annika Greer. She'll get across the finish line.
Something very unique about this back-to-back stimulus chase as we see Lydia Fish come across the finish line. Every athlete just completely loses body control and submits to gravity with no choice. They're not doing that on purpose, folks. This ain't no show.
Gerstetter is in, and what we thought was going to be a great opportunity for Gracie Walton to make a move up the leaderboard turned out to be anything but that, with two very tough finishes. And on the opposite side of the spectrum, you've got Lucy Campbell. And outside of an athlete named Tia Claire Toomey, that might be one of the best single-day performances we've seen from any athlete at the CrossFit Games.
Absolutely. Lucy Campbell put on an absolute show, and if the world didn't recognize